As soon as you see the tripling of the G line, you have to think about sacrificial possibilities. You have to think of ways that white can crack open the position, and yeah, be very cautious about putting the rook to a3. Black's not ready for that yet, but well, this is gonna be very, very interesting to see how Azerbaijan manages to uncoil and see whether he can create any problems himself. For Lance, Lance only has just over 3 minutes on the clock. Remember, the players are not getting any bonus time once they reach me. What you see on the clock is what you're going to get, but they do get one thing, which is a 10-second increment, which will be added per move.
Yeah, time added per move, and we will go to another game now, and let's just have a look at how some of those games we've been looking at have developed. And
can we check out the Iturizaga game?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go there. And this is, wow, look at this. This has gone quite crazy here, and you can see the evaluation bar is really, really now in Eduardo's favour. And how did it go so bad for white? Okay, b5, great move. Quite a passive retreat there from white. And white suddenly goes on the defensive. And I don't know why he's put his queen and bishop this way around. He's not going to try to open up the black king by taking there with his queen. That's not the right thing. You want to take there with the bishop and open up the king. So strange alignment there. And to get to the current position, we'll whiz through the moves. This pawn has suddenly become very dangerous. I mean, you've got a pawn 2 squares from queening, defended by a bishop. So white now trying to push ahead, trying to get some attacking chances. I understand that move, even though the computer does not agree. Threat, queen, bishop takes h6. So white, you know, having a good go, but now he swaps off one of his attacking units, and he goes in. Bishop takes h6.
But there's no avail.
But there's no threat.
There's absolutely no threat. The knight on e8 defends everything, and unfortunately the pawn on a3 is just too strong, and that's why we can see just Amatufshrin on the camera. He's frowning. He knows it's over. What you actually can't see, but we can, is that Iturizaga, he's actually left the board and he's now pacing up and down, and that's a sign that he's confident. And there we can see in the game, rook b1 given a double exclam. Brilliant move.
It's a bit disconcerting, isn't it, when you're losing a game and your opponent is pacing confidently in front of you, and you can see them in your vision, and you're already maybe a bit annoyed because you're like, oh no, I'm going to lose this game, and they're just there. They're just like, right, like it's waiting for their prey to fold. You know, like the lion and the gazelle. And Eduardo is certainly the lion at the moment.
And why is this rook b1 is so brilliant? Because it is sacrificing a bishop. Shall we show the reason why?
Yeah, definitely. So if you do take on e7, because that'd be the obvious try, then well, I mean, I think we just take one of the rooks. Probably a1 is best because you've got queen b1, right?
Yeah.
This knight just holds up all the attacking chances. There's no attack here. This queen also defends any threats that white might try to do with the queen coming into h7. So there's no danger at all to the black king. And let's say you take the rook. Otherwise, I'm going to take on e1 and queen my pawn. And yeah, just queen b1, Jovanka, right?
Yeah, queen
and
b1.
that is the end.
It
knight has
certainly
to come back.
Does end the game. Knight e1 and then queen takes rook, and oh dear. There's not going to be just one black queen on the board, but there will be soon 2. So yeah, there is absolutely no way that Amatufshrin, 18 years old from Mongolia, will be able to save this. And there you see he's taken the decision to sacrifice the rook. Okay, rook takes pawn. I'm expecting
Probably the
to see
best try.
Like rook takes rook.
Yeah, I mean,
there we see queen takes rook.
Queen takes rook looks like a good move. and maybe this is White's best chance in the position. I think that was Queen, as you say, Queen takes here. Yes, it was, and now Bishop takes e7 was played. Sorry, we'll get it on the board now. Black is the exchange up, but there's a lot of problems with the back rank here as well. That's the real issue, I think. For example, I could just go rook to one of these squares, trying to bring the rook in, which should be enough to have a very easily winning position, I think. Because again, we've mentioned how safe the black king is. I mean, there's no danger there, but there's also moves like taking here straight away and trying to punish white immediately with queen here. You can't move the knight back to f3 because I back rank and checkmate you. And next move I can take another pawn, and the back rank is just too weak for white, Jovanka, to have any compensation here, right?
Yeah, basically Iturrasega has his pick of victories. He can just line the two rooks up against each other. He can capture the rook. It's all good news for Iturrasega. And he will be getting a very important win with black pieces.
Yep.
And as the comment there, white couldn't save this with 3 hours to think. That's the irony in chess, right? You can have all the time in the world, but some positions, regardless of who is playing it, are just unsalvageable. And shall we? Okay, so this is gonna be a win for Iturrasega. Shall we move on to some of the other games? Like, I'm really dying to know what happened to our 14-year-old prodigy, Gural, as he faces off against Ivic. So Ivic starts with the white pieces.
Okay, so here we go, and this was a really exciting game, and they've had many moves since this moment in time, with Idez playing very aggressive chess with the black pieces. But how was the position developing? And it went the same way we kind of predicted here. Actually, white did now play this incredibly dangerous move, because yeah, you might start an attack against black's king, but look at what you're doing. You're allowing that bishop life, and he goes for some exchanges. Black obliges. Now the queen may have entrance points in, and we have a mistake here. I can understand what black's trying to do. He's trying to get his king and his rook coordinated. So he wants to move his king and he wants to move his rook. It looks like a sensible way to play, but the bishop is very loose on that square as well. So white now blocks up that bishop. Here we see the plan in action. It's consolidating the centre. The rook does find its way over, but white has this good harmony in the middle of the board here.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, black does have the bishop pair, but they're not great bishop pair. And b5 being given a question mark by the computer. Well, why is this so bad? Is it because it just loses quicker than the alternatives?
Maybe this just doesn't achieve anything after a3. When black could now be trying to take the bishop, because a3 is a move that white wanted to play, so it's kind of like just a weakening move, I'm assuming, but I'm not sure. It looks pretty obvious as well to me, Jovanka, b5.
Yeah, and we see queen d8, and Gural really in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
G3,
the current
H3.
position.
Ooh, g4. Just cracking open some lines against the black king. And bishop takes on. Well, when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? And black's king is going to be completely helpless, because bishop takes bishop is going to be met with a rook to g1. And actually that's happened on the board. And after this move, I'm expecting queen takes pawn. What else can be played?
A number of good moves here. I mean, you have stuff like f5, knight b6, queen takes h3. There's a wealth of good possibilities here, I guess. Jovanka, this knight is so strong, right? It just controls everything. Black hasn't managed to get an attack, and this pin is also just a bit deadly. So it Okay, but the time situation, there's nerves showing you, Vanka, because, you know, Ivic under 3 minutes, Idez under 2 minutes, so there's, you know, it should be winning for white, but you've got to put the ball in the back of the net, and Ivic is now thinking of the best way to try and finish this one off.
And I just noticed knight b6 is even a possibility as well, forking the queen and the rook, and the bishop on g4 is still pinned against its own king. Wow. It is
I think there's many
serious trouble. And Ivic is very powerful with the white pieces. I don't know who chose to begin with the white pieces, but okay, there we see knight b6 being played. Queen must move, and after knight takes rook, it really is just game over for the young teenager.
Agreed. This is the killer move. There's nothing here, I feel, for black at all. Maybe knight takes c8. You try moving your king. The last chance that black can try to do in this position is if he can get out of the pin and put the bishop there. So white has grabbed that rook there, and I assume that this king will move. But even if the king moves, worst case scenario, I can get knight takes, queen takes, something like this. Knight takes controls everything, doesn't it? And your exchange up. There's no point black resigning. It is only the exchange, but the white king also quite well protected here. So this should definitely be a win for Ivic. And as you said, Juvanka and a couple people in the chat, Ivic is so good with the white pieces, right? So good. And maybe this strategy wasn't quite the right strategy. It's so easy in hindsight, isn't it, to play so aggressively with the black pieces. It's backfired. So this game is going to be over. Let's go to another one. There's a very weird position that has come about, and I want to go there while it's still bonkers in another tie-break game. Looks like Idrizaga has won that game. And let's just go to the current position in this all GM encounter between Igor and Simon here. And it is Poland versus Poland. What on earth's happening here? I mean, I just trying to work out the piece arrangement, trying to work out who's doing what, and it's white to move with nearly a roughly even material situation. The rook is threatening to come down here. Both kings look really exposed. Black just needs one more move to start what could be a massive attack, but it's white to move first. Does white have some killer tactic that will win him the game? And this is a very exciting position here, so I'm glad we picked this one up here.
This one is just crazy, right?
Completely crazy.
The thing is, though, I just wanted to point out the white king is pretty safe to my eyes. There's a lot of pieces surrounding it, and as you've highlighted, rook b7. Oh, I wasn't sure about that one because the queen actually can come to a4 and give some checks there after first of all Simon's move of rook a1 check, and we see rook b7 given a big X there by the computer. It's a miss. It's not the best move. Rook a1 has to be played. White is actually incidentally threatening queen takes bishop. That's a deadly checkmate. No one can survive checkmate, not even the world champion. And I like that comment. Looks like two tigers fighting for their evening lunch.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, both kings to me look really exposed here. I mean, obviously the black king, they don't have any pawn protection. They're only trying to protect with their pieces, and I mean, playing this position with only a minute on the clock, which is a key game, you're going to be very nervous, and I think this is where white felt the nerves. I mean, the evaluation bar says it's 0.00, but how can you say this is just a draw? I see Kitsune Tenko saying draw. I mean, draw. Yeah, it's just a boring draw. You're right. Yeah, you're right there, Kitsune. It's just, there's nothing to be said here. Shall we move on to another game? Boring draw. Is like king versus king. I mean, but there's so much going on here, right? It might be a draw, but how on earth will this be a draw? I mean, Look at the time of black though as well, Jovanka. I mean, if I was black, like, he has gone rook a1. I think we've got to stay with this one. It might be a draw, but you know, how is it going to be a draw? I don't know. Maybe it's just going to be queen a4 and queen a2 if the king now comes out. But you can block this one, and white does block it. He brings the bishop back. What's happening here?
That's a good choice, because if you blocked it any
Big
other way,
threat.
then the queen can come to h1. And big mating threat, as you've highlighted there. Queen moves up to d4.
Blunders. It's mate in 2. It's mate in 2 now.
Isn't it just rook b8 check?
Rook b8 and queen h7 checkmate. Will he find it? Because if you go queen h7, and he does, bang bang, game over. It worked out for white. Just a boring draw, Jovanka. You know, nothing to be said there. 0.00.
And it was just time travel panic for Simon. You know, he was a slightly higher rated player, but in the end, you know, it was just all about those seconds. 16 seconds. Position was crazy. And rook to a1, bishop b1, fantastic defense there from Yannick. But what was the correct defensive try? Was it just to go rook takes bishop? Rook, queen h1 check, queen a...
Yeah, rook takes bishop, because the problem in this position is you don't have time to play a slow move. I know black is so short a time, we can't be too critical, but queen d4 loses the tempo. In positions like this, timing is so important, so you have to keep playing forceful moves. And after queen d4, white didn't go check here straight away because the king might run away, but white just takes away the f8 square, so he flicks in a check, black has to block the check, and now it's just checkmate. So the way to play this, queen d4, much too slow. You have to keep the initiative going, and the only way to do that was by looking for checks. You have to look for checks, and this move would have kept the initiative going. Now after this one, apparently, and again I'm using the computer here, I'm cheating, this is really hard to see, this would lead to perpetual check. The queen has just enough to chase that king around. Really hard to see though, Jovanka, with a time limit, I feel.
Very hard to see, and well, it was a great result for Yannick. And just have to remember, it's not all over yet, because there will be a second tie-break game, so he can perhaps turn it around when Gumelitz plays with the white pieces. And moving on to the game between Berkes and Darini. Darini is a renowned Iranian grandmaster and teacher, and it doesn't look like Darini is doing very well. Of course, he won the first classical game, but Berkes struck back yesterday, as the favourites all did. And here, white is simply a pawn up, and it's a big pawn there on e6.
It is a big pawn. That pawn just a couple of squares from queening. But again, the time situation, we can see how no matter what the computer evaluation, the time is really, really quite bad. There's a couple of tricks here though, Jovanka. I mean, my natural reaction would be to try and block the check. And if I did block the check, maybe there'd be some move like knight e5, you know, checking me back, causing a bit of chaos, right? I take the knight, you take my rook. So white is just trying to think of the right way to play this. 27 seconds. And after this check,
I like your blunder, Simon, I have to say. I like your blunder of intercepting. Yeah, rook f4.
Rook f4 with knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5, and then just moving the king up.
It might work, right? This might just be still winning for white. What did he play? Do we have a move? Did he find? Okay, we do have a move. The king actually, he didn't want to play this. It was a bit too maybe tactical. And he moves the king in, and the problem here is white making progress. He's zigzagging his king. There's a knight check, and he's going for an ending instead, Jovanka. And this is, I think, great technique from white, because you can just bring your king in. You can cut the black king off. Should be winning with that pawn there, right?
Yeah, I love your plan. Put the king on f6. Rook is the perfect shield defender on f5. And the king can not only assist the e-pawn, but also just go over and try and munch the h-pawn as well. And it is hopeless for Darini.
Yep, so Fernaz is going to win that one, the higher rated player. and he played the other move we mentioned, which is the black king. The only way black can try to draw this is getting the king in front of the passed pawn. So what you do, use a standard technique. You create a force field to where your opponent's king wants to get to, and the king can now never access that pawn. So white very simply just supports and queens that pawn, completely winning as well. So many games going on, Ivanka, it's so hard to keep up, right? And we'll go to another game that we have not looked at yet, and this is Smirin, who played a brilliant game in the last round, and he's now into this position, this ending here, which looks like black has some chances, but down to 2 seconds, Ivanka.
Yeah, 2 seconds is not a lot of time, but you do get that 10-second increment after every move. And the great news for black is that black does have the possibility just to like pass, just move the rooks up and down, gain time on the clock. And black also has a very simple plan. The idea with the rooks is, first of all, create a nice hiding place for the king. Secondly, once you've done that, just attack the c-pawn.
Yeah. It should be winning for black this, but the queen is obviously very tricky when you're short of time, and you can see that black is just going for Ivanka's idea that if you can get the other rook into a position where you can attack it, black should be winning. But of course you can't move the rook there at the moment because of this one, so you have to do it very carefully, because as soon as that rook moves away, white's going to have perpetual check ideas. This pawn, maybe you should go for this pawn, Ivanka. Maybe this is the one to try and take off, because this always gives white perpetual checks on e8 and g6 if both of the rooks go away. So eliminate the dangerous pawn near the king, and then try to convert the advantage. And this is what black's trying to do. Don't take it now, though. As I say, the queen is so annoying. It's going to be an interesting finish. There's that rook there. It's really hard to get coordinated. Actually, a lot harder than the evaluation bar's giving justice for.
Right. It does look that way. I mean, we do see that there have been a few moves played, and suddenly the evaluation bar is not that enthusiastic about black's position. It's still keen, but it says g6. Big blunder.
Big blunder. I mean, it assumed that black could win that position without taking that pawn. I mean, when it says the position is equal, I don't agree with that either, because there's nothing white can do ever except for check. If you ever push this one, I'd take it. You can never get a passed pawn as white, and black does have the h pawn, right? So there might well be a perpetual check, but if this pawn, you can try to block the checks and slowly, monitor that pawn forwards, it's still only black who can win this game, right?
Yeah, definitely. It is only black, but it is a big, big task ahead of you, just to kind of protect the king, and at the same time, it's not easy to advance the h-pawn without allowing the queen some checks. But still, black has the plan of actually going rook c7, and I was going to say rook c6, but again, the king is just so exposed there on h7. And maybe you could hide the king on... Hang on a second. Maybe you could hide the king all the way to the other end of the board, to b7 and a7. And once...
Wow.
And then...
I love it. I love it. You want to very calmly just... La 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 la. Oh yes. Hello, my friends. You're gonna protect me, aren't you, over here? Yeah, my friendly pawns. Why not? Why not? I love that idea, because your rook always guards the pawn. Why not get your king as safe as you can? And then I guess you can try to gang up on this one, right? This is maybe this is what you want to do as black. Put your king here and put this rook here. He doesn't go for it, but a nice idea, Ivanka. Strong idea there.
Well, he has his time. He might not go for it immediately. He can go for it whenever he wants to go for it. And I'm expecting this game to continue for a long time. Oh, it is coming. My words. It will find a home on b7. Whether it does that much, I don't know, but it will be there.
I just want to see if the king comes across now. It's coming, look. It's coming across, slowly but surely. I reckon it's a 50-50% of whether black will win or whether it will be a draw this game. It's going to be really, really close. I think there's an equal chance because the queen is so annoying, especially when you're short of time. It's very easy for white to play. Just check, pin, check, pin. And here we see white pinning. So, not a dead draw though by any means, as the computer is saying. I'm actually surprised the computer thinks this is a draw. I would assume with correct play, black should be able to win this eventually, but wrong as usual.
Yeah, and just having a look at the results, and I see that there is also another game ongoing, and that's between our two players who have like 1 point rating difference. That's Levan Pansulaya against Harsha, and that one we didn't fancy white's position. It looked very cramped, but of course cramped doesn't necessarily translate into a winning advantage. And there we can see that this position is, well, interesting, let's say.
Yeah, I love that. I love the word interesting. Well, Ivanka, when I don't know what's going on, I'm like, yeah, interesting position. It's like when we were talking about, I think, old chess books. It was like, okay, when you couldn't evaluate it with a computer because the computers weren't strong enough, you'd always say unclear, because it was like, I don't know what's going on. We're just gonna like cheat.
But
and say
look at it,
unclear.
they have like 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Harsha, you gotta make a move, and he does. Okay, he made a move with 4 seconds left. I mean, anything can happen, and just now, I'm looking at this and I'm like, H4, double question mark. Something is wrong with that move, and I don't know why. Both players, they don't have much time to navigate, and there we can see Rook G7 was not the reason why H4 was a bad move.
I'll just show you very quickly again. I'm cheating with the computer, but white could have done some funky stuff with the knights here. For example, this check, and the king doesn't actually have anywhere safe. It can get mated very easily. Let's say you go here. Now we would go check, and I love knight checkmates. Let's just follow this a little bit further because it's very beautiful, and you end up in a weird situation like this, and that is apparently why it was a mistake. But the game goes on, and actually we have a result. Oh my words! Rook G7 mistake. The king goes here, and white does now go for that idea. Oh, we can actually see it. Are we going to see that mate? Did I predict the future? We're going to see it. H3. Knight check.
Knight check.
Oh, knight F5 mate. Wow.
I told you it was interesting, Simon.
You're right. You were 100% right. It was interesting. And what a checkmate there at the end. I mean, you got to feel for Harsha. But Levan, who had an awful opening. You predicted that perfectly, Ivanka. You said it's not over. It's not over. And Levan, who had, I think, a horrible position, gets his revenge. And that was, I mean, that's going to, losing that position is going to hurt so much. What we need here, though, is another black knight, like on one of these two squares, and then it'll be, like, so pretty. Even prettier. But what a checkmate. I love these positions where I love these checkmates. So pretty.
It is absolutely stunning checkmate, double knight checkmate. And also what I find quite amusing is that Levan didn't actually play with the e-pawn at all. How many games, especially in an endgame, and you haven't even touched the pawn. And does that mean that all games are finished, or is still one game left, outstanding? And this is the there we see one game in the women's section. Perhaps we can go there.
Yeah, we're trying to obviously concentrate on the women's section a little bit more. We've got many more tie-break rounds. It's quite hard swapping, just in case you're wondering why. And there's so many games going on. It makes it a little bit tricky for us to move. Yeah, look at this. You are prophesizing. You're doing so well today, Ivanka. You said in this game, just put the king on b7, and that's the way to make progress. You are Nostradamus. Does that work? Nostradamus, maybe. You're doing a good job, Ivanka. But is this enough to win, do we think? You're ready to take here. So white's now got to rely on pins. And I would, an amazing evaluation bar saying it's still equal. So
yeah. I guess the queen is going to pin the rook eternally. And here is the one remaining women's game. It's between Pauline Guichard and her opponent. I don't quite recognize her. There are a lot of players, so I will have to consult my... Aha, Serik Bey. And Pauline Guichard has a knight for the rook, but this position is a draw. The knight is just too active there in the middle. But Pauline, just 11 seconds left.
Yeah, someone's also said Nostra Vanka. we're trying to mix Nostra. Yeah, okay. I think everyone knows what I'm trying to do, but I don't think it's really working. Yeah. So the position we see on the board, it of course should be a draw. And the way to draw it, Ivanka, is you keep your knight as close to your king as possible. And if you do that, and you don't let your knight drift off anywhere, it should be reasonably easy to draw. But it's one of the sort of trickier ones if your king gets to the back rank. You have to be a little bit careful at times, and there's many tricks. And I like this move, because it stops the white knight going in front of the king again. So it's...
And now the king waits. You know, Simon... You know, I once had a situation where my opponent had to promote to a knight on the b1 square to give a check, because otherwise it was going to checkmate him. And even this knight on b1 had enough movement in order to secure the draw. So I'm pretty confident that Pauline will manage this. But of course, anything can happen when you don't have so much time remaining. And also we have to think about the whole flow of the game. You know, if Pauline was winning and this is, you know, this is the position she finds herself in, she's not going to be happy, and people can be massively tilted. But Pauline doing an excellent job keeping that knight close to the king, and when that knight can't move, the king will simply pass.
Yeah, 100%. And I hope the arbiter now is you know, keeping a very close eye. I don't zoom in on the superstar arbiter. I hope he's there, because I guess it's the arbiter's job to call to 50 moves. I'm not sure. Is that what should be done? Because obviously, if you repeat the position for 50 moves, it is a draw. But is that what the arbiter should be doing? Okay, no. Look at the arbiter there. I think we see the arbiter keeping a close eye now. Yeah.
So basically, it's up to you if you want to claim the 50 move rule. However, once you've passed 75 moves, and there hasn't been a capture or a pawn move, then the arbiter is forced to step in and declare the game an automatic draw.
Yep. Yes, that makes sense actually, but it's obviously they're not keeping a score of the moves. There's no way that the players here will know when they make 50 moves. I'm surprised that the old rule when I used to play, and shows how ancient I am, is that when you have increment, it doesn't matter if it's rapid. If it's rapid, you have to keep a score of the game. But maybe things have changed now, because obviously this is tie breaks and they're going to have blitz games. You obviously don't want to write your moves down in a blitz game, but that's the disadvantage of not writing the moves down. You don't know when you've made 50 moves, and you don't really want to make an incorrect claim for the 50 move rule. So
I have a tip for you there, Simon, and I borrowed it from a fellow grandmaster, Alexander Chanayev, and basically what he did is he highlighted. So we got into this position where he just had the king, and he just mentally just went 57, and then he was like, okay, 57, and then you know that by 107. Oh, this is if you're writing the moves down, though. How are you going to know 107 moves has been played? Oh, silly me.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? I mean, unless you're like a genius, and you're ticking them off in your head, and you're like 1, 2, 3. But there's no way I could do that when I'm playing. I mean, it would just be impossible. And another game we're seeing here is this. I didn't realise how young actually the young player of the black pieces is from Colombia. Cool. He looks very young, doesn't he? And he's still trying to win this position we saw with the 2 rooks, and we now have him pushing a pawn. Maybe he pushed the pawn there to avoid that 50 move rule that we've just been talking about, because obviously if you don't make a pawn move, you get nearer to the 50 move rule. But the problem with that pawn push we just saw is the more pawns that get exchanged, the nearer to a draw the position becomes, of course. And
one pawn already has left the board. The h4 pawn has been removed by Smirin, and after rook takes c3, unfortunately, the pawn on h4 was a critical ingredient if black wanted to win. And now, well, we're seeing another plan where black is simply going for the a5 pawn, but I'm predicting queen to f6 check. And Smirin, 20 seconds on the clock. He's looking very calm, Smirin. Smirin, of course, is one of the most experienced players here in the World Cup.
He's been playing for a very long time. He centralises his queen here. It should be a draw now because of the lack of material. I don't know if this is still a draw if the white a pawn leaves the board and there's no perpetual. Probably still a draw then, because there's just too many checks. But a little bit of danger for white if black can never get the b pawn going down the board, I guess. But maybe this is quite an easy draw now, Jovanka. I think you're right. That h pawn was needed to try and win. And we see this ending now, where black is on points, 2 points up, 11 points versus 9, but I just don't think there's any way you'll be able to avoid a number of checks. The further the pawn goes down, the more gap you leave behind it, and that means the white queen can always just keep checking and pinning. That's the technique if you're trying to draw. We've seen it already. You check the king. If you can't check the king anymore, you try to pin one of the black rooks to the king. I mean, that's what I'd be doing, Jovanka, because otherwise I'd have no way to draw this. And you see it, you see it happening. There's a check there. Check and pin. Seems like a good rule, right?
It is a good rule, and I'm also thinking for black, how will black try to get some winning chances? And that really just involves moving the king up to a5, but every time the king gets there, it's just going to get checked away. And it's important to note that the queen can give herself up for 2 rooks, and the king and pawn endgame should be a draw if the king on b7 doesn't have access to the critical a4 and c4 squares.
Got to be a little bit careful you don't push too much as black. Not very careful, but here you go, check and pin. And now if black steps forwards with the rook, that rook will be in an eternal pin, so it should be an easy draw. But where else do you move the king? You might be losing your pawn at some time. And wow, what was that move? Queen a1.
Queen a1 played, and this just goes to show that Smirin, he's got it all covered. So his idea is that if the rook does come to c4, he can take a step back to b3, because rook c3 isn't going to lead to a winning king and pawn endgame for black.
This check looks very safe though, because I think you might even be winning the b pawn in a lot of lines if black has to avoid it. And this is certainly heading to a draw now. And let's remind everyone, this is only the first game of the tie breaks. They play another game after this, so there is a chance for the players who have lost to equal a score. And the next round is going to be even more pressure. Now this one I assume was just fine for white, because you go queen, keep the pin. And there's no way that black can ever do anything. If the black king steps away, you can check it, or even in some cases take the rook. This should be a very easy draw now. There we go. And now queen check. I would be in the corner. I'd probably play that, but you can't take the rook. Just don't take the rook.
Yeah, do not take the rook, because then the black king will get access to the critical a4 square. That's one of the key squares, and that's why he doesn't play that. He plays queen a1. And if the black king steps up to b6, then it will just get checked away, or the rooks will get pinned. And then the key point, remember, is that rook c4 check, the king can just step back to b3.
Well, I think it's just check and pin. Here we go. There's another check. You can't even force the white king back.
Wish chess was so simple, Simon. Check and pin.
Check and pin. I wish it was. Yeah, it'd be great if we just had easy.
The way to draw.
Check and pin. Look at the crowd around the board as well. I mean, talk about nerves. I saw this amazing We might better get it up, but I saw this amazing, I think it was tweet of when Magnus Carlsen played in his first World Cup, and he looks so young, and the crowd of people watching his game, I don't know what World Cup it was, I think it was the World Cup at least, and he looks so young, but the crowd of people around him was so close, and it was like a whole, football stadium around him, and it must have been so off-putting. I also think another job of the arbiter is to make sure that any spectators don't get too close. You can't put off the players. One of the worst things I saw, actually, Ivanka, was Gwaine Jones was playing a very important game against Boris Averuk, and they got down to like 10 seconds left, and it was for a lot of prize money in a very complex position, and a photographer went right up in front of, and there's the draw. The draw is agreed there, so okay, you can see Smirring quite happy, and unless, well, it looks like Black lost on time, but I don't believe that. That can't be true.
No,
it must be a draw.
No,
it's a draw.
A draw has been agreed. I think the arbiter actually stepped in just to declare it draw. Whoa, what a start we've had to the round 1 tie breaks. Now the players will be taking a 10-minute pause just to refresh, just to regather their thoughts and just think about all those new strategies they will need to employ for the second games. Some people will get knocked out. Some people will stay in to fight for a second tie break. We're going to take a short break, but stay tuned because in a few minutes we'll be back with all the action.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. This so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, Fide World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
everyone, we are back and we are watching these tiebreak matches in operation. Now the first round in tiebreak 1 was incredibly interesting, and I'm saying interesting in the most dynamic possible way because we had a lot of decisive results. I'm just having a look at them now and I'm seeing that in the Open World Cup so many players won. I have to say predominantly in White's favour. Simon, was that something you expected?
Yeah, I mean, I basically expected the higher rated players to probably win. Nothing that unique there. I mean, it's quite a small, the classical portion of the chess in the World Cup is only 2 games. That's not really a lot of games, so it's quite often that there might be a shock result, but the longer it goes on, generally you would have thought the higher rated player, the better player will get on top of the opponent. But saying that, of course, there are lots of underrated players in this event, lots of younger players who can put up great resistance and can shock us as well. So I mean, games I'm looking forward to here. It looks like they started actually. Maybe we should dive in. But again, I'm really wondering in one of the matches, big matches, if Idaz of Turkey, the young 14-year-old, can bounce back. But let's start with one of our camera games, and I think Ituzaga is a good game to get started with, Jovanka, right?
Yeah, and just looking at the camera, and I would love to see Ituzaga, but I think the camera is on Marcus Raga, and he was facing off against the Egyptian Kiram, and okay, oh, no cameras. Okay, so sorry, and that was my bad. We're not going to be looking at the cameras. Instead, let's have a look at the game position, and we see Ituzaga. He's employing one of the openings that I've tried myself is the Fianchetto variation against the King's Indian Defence. Now, King's Indian Defence is, of course, one of the most aggressive tries for black against d4. So nice to see that Amatushvin is employing such an aggressive opening.
Yeah, this position actually occurred, and this must be preparation from the player from Mongolia, because Ituzaga has used this exact position where he now has pushed the pawn to d5 in some critical games in the Champions Chess Tour. And he actually used this to win a very important match, this same position, and go through to, I think, face Wesley So, where he actually got knocked out there. So I'm assuming if black has done his homework, black would have looked at this position. But what's worrying me is that black's now slowed down and not playing a move quickly. Okay, rook e8 played, and Ituzaga is quite a predictable player, and I think you're right in saying, Jovanka, that it's a good opening to play if you need to win, right? This one, because it's very double-edged. You keep the pieces on the board, and I'm not sure if I'm a massive fan of this, but this could still be following it. I can't remember exactly where black is trying to tempt white into playing d5, and white's actually avoiding that rook d1 now. Right. Only needs a draw. White only needs a draw to go through. Let's remember that point as well.
I completely agree there. I mean, Ituzaga might have a very limited opening repertoire, but boy, is it good. I mean, when I was looking at the Accelerated Dragon, I just looked at Iturzaga's games and I just followed it. And here you can see there's no provocation whatsoever from Ituzaga about playing d5. There's no temptation. He doesn't want to lock the pawn structure in because the play becomes very fixed, even though the computer might really like those pawn advances. Much better to keep things flexible. Now, the things that white has to keep control on, first of all, you've got to reinforce protection of those 3 strongholds you've got there in the middle of the board, and overprotect that piece on d4, and also you've got to overprotect the defenders of those points. So for instance, I've seen very common that white goes b3, white goes h3, and the reason you go h3 is that you kind of also want to grab away this g4 square from the black knights.
So we have some more moves, and I'm always happy on the white side of this position when black takes on d4. I know this is quite a common idea where black tries to get this counterplay against e4, but we now into a Moroxy bind situation, Jovanka, where these pawns give white a nice space advantage. It's a very solid setup, so if you only need a draw, perfect position to be in on the white side. And as a King's Indian defense player, I feel that black never really wants to play this move, right? And unless there's a very good reason, because you're not getting your f5 typical attack in. So I think we should go to another game, but I would say so far the opening has worked very well for Eduardo, and he's in a good position. And the Mongolian international master is going to have to come up with something quite special here to win this game.
Definitely, he will have to shake things up and try to get Ituruzaga to lose control. And I see you have gone to one of my favorite players in this tournament, the youngest participant, 14 years old Grandmaster Edis Gurel. Of course, he's facing Vladimir Ivic, and of course, in their last encounter, Ivic had the white pieces and Ivic won. In fact, Ivic has won 2 games in a row with the white pieces, and now we are getting a Petrov on the board.
Probably a good choice from black, because Ivic, we saw, won that nice, very smooth game with the white pieces. So white must win this game to keep the playoffs going. And remember, if it's still level in the matches after this one, the time limit goes down again. And the Petrov, it has a very a drawish reputation. White now playing a recommendation that myself and Richard Palliser are given to try and make the structure a little bit dynamic, d4. The main move is actually taken on e5, one of our chessball courses. And after knight takes e4, we recommend you take on e5 here, but bishop d3 is also possible. And now d5, pawn takes e5, and bishop e7, we'll just keep going with the way the game is developing to the current position. A standard maneuver, and this is a good idea because we've talked about how dangerous the light square bishop can be. Black wants to get rid of that strong piece, and in some cases the knight sits well in front of the pawn. Bishop therefore saves itself, and after castles, bishop e3, c6. This way of playing is also a favourite idea of Jabava. Has played this way of white, a bit of a maverick chess player. It should be okay for black, but this pawn on e5 sometimes gives white attacking chances, and Jovanka, this is the normal idea, white trying to sort of control the centre. Black should be okay, but what side would you rather be here? Would you any preference at the moment?
Yeah, I have a very big preferences for white's position, just because white has the pawn on e5, and that for me is like that signal that you should be trying to attack and trying to just bring your pieces to the center, do some pawn storms. But black's position, very, very solid. I mean, I also have a fondness for the pawns on c6 and d5, the best structure in the world. But the big question, I guess, for black is how are you going to develop the pieces in a very safe way? Because if you just put them in any random square, you can actually get into serious trouble. So, for instance, a move like I would not recommend is I would not recommend going bishop f5, because the knight will then come out to d4, and then you can kind of see big ideas with f4 and f5, and white is rocking and rolling.
Okay, I mean, there's still theory at the moment. I mean, it's quite a good shock opening this. I mean, it is supposed to be even. Black's not supposed to be in any trouble at all, because these pawns can often get going, and they can be very good. And it's still quite hard to get this f-pawn going. I mean, I think this idea of moving the knight to e6 is a very sensible one. You just put the knight there, and you just try to move your pawns. And this is like I say, supposed to be absolutely fine for black. But we'll wait and see. If black is a little bit, as you mentioned, he has got knight e6. If black is not paying attention, as Jovanka said, and moves the bishop maybe here, yeah, you can get in a lot of trouble. And just showing Jovanka's idea, let's say we attack that bishop, and then the f-pawn comes, and this is the kind of thing to avoid. So knight e6 though has been played. This indicates that Ivic is well prepared and well on top of things at the moment. The young 14-year-old now brings his knight around. He's still going to try and get this idea in of knight d4 and f4. You can also use the c4 break quite often to take the sting out of these two. So it could be preparation here actually from Idez. Should be an evenish position, but at the moment he's playing a sideline to try and trick his opponent. Let's go to another game, shall we? Yeah, good strategy.
Yeah, it is a good strategy, and there we see Ivic actually starting to seize space in the centre. But of course, you know, we should of course check out the women's section, because lots of games happening there, and there are 9 tie-break matches there. And just to remind ourselves of the prize fund, it is big, $50,000 for the winner. And second place, and that's $35,000. The top 2 spots will get those coveted spots into the candidates tournament, which will be happening next year. And not only that, but you get the honor and glory of representing your country, and also just making a name for yourself on the world stage. Now, there are 9 tie-break matches happening in the women's section, and yesterday it was one of the games that really caught my eye was between Librelato from Brazil and Salome Melia. And Salome Melia managed to score that clutch win just in the 7th hour of the game. And I see that Melia has in fact won her first game. So whilst we are looking there, we can see in the camera, this is a game between, the players are so young these days, Simon. I don't necessarily recognise them. As I used to be the case, I used to recognise every player. And now I'm thinking, okay, so this one must be Francisco against Gomez. That's my guess.
I have no idea. My eyesight's too bad to pick out the players there. And they're so good at guarding them. It's like, you know, they got the high boxing guard there. They're sort of camouflaging their faces with their hands in deep concentration. I also have to say, Ivanka, I heard you say a phrase which, oh my God, David was saying it all the time in the Champions Tour, and I don't know, there's something about it which I just don't like. I think it's the clutch win. Some reason, this word clutch, it's really caught on, but I don't know, I just don't like the word clutch. I don't even know what it means. What does it mean? I heard people say it all the time, like,
you
clutch, what, car? It's a car win?
Yeah.
You use the clutch?
Clutch your pen. Clutch the pen.
I never say, I'm clutching my pen, do I? But why? What is a clutch win? Come on, I mean, I am the boomer or whatever it says. I don't know the latest things, but I hear it said so much. I hear it say so much now, and look, everyone's going to be, oh my God, he doesn't know what clutch means, and it's like, I don't. I use it in a car, but I don't know what clutch means. Ivanka, what is a clutch win? Explain it to me,
You're
please.
putting me on the spot. Like, literally, I've just borrowed it from other sports. But here I have the definition. A clutch is to cinch a tight game that was slipping out of your favour.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Michael Jordan equals clutch. Like, suddenly everyone in our Slack chat has gone, hello.
Hello, Simon, you idiot. Where have you been? Have you not watched any sport ever in your life? Have you not watched? I haven't watched, I have to admit, much American sport, so I'm not, unless it's soccer. I like a bit of soccer.
That sounded Irish, Simon.
Did it? Yeah, it's my best American accent. It's a Boston accent. Boston accent. No.
Well, I can see in the camera now that Salome has removed her hands from her face, that this is the camera of Salome, and she is playing with the black pieces against Katie Librelato from Brazil.
I like this. Sorry, Ivanka. Fret is saying, you're acting like an old man, Simon. I am an old man. I'm old man Williams. That's what it is, you know. So
original.
Okay, here we go. Here is a great definition. I will move away from a clutch win very soon, but thank you to one of the guys in the Slack chat. I won't give away the names just in case you want to hide. But an example of a clutch win is Beckham scoring versus Greece in 2004 at the 92nd minute. Clutch. Okay, all right, I've got it. And I expect no one knows what I'm talking about now, but there we go. Should we get back to the chess, maybe? I don't know. Save me, Ivanka. Save me.
I'll try and save you, Simon. Let's go back to the chess, because after all, the game is opening up, and let's not forget that Mele Salome will be able to progress to the second round if she manages to draw this game after she won today's first round.
So draw is good enough for Black in this game, and it did look like a very symmetrical pawn structure and the kind of middle game that can often end up being a draw. And I think we talked about this yesterday, Ivanka, this 4-pawn configuration, and I think I also mentioned that it's really hard to understand this configuration. It might look quite simple, but every move you've got to consider the captures. When you're white, you've got to consider yourself capturing, but you also got to consider your opponent capturing, and the timing of when you take a pawn is so important. And to me, this looks like a very well timed capture, because if white recaptures now, positionally speaking, this pawn could be a bit of a problem. Let's say I now just do another capture. I am allowing the white pieces a bit of action, but if I get this kind of position, I have a long-term target here. So that would be the way I'm thinking, Ivanka. Could be the wrong way, but
we do see a move being played. So the first move that I would be looking at is also pawn d takes c5, and instead we see white does play the move that you suggested there, Simon. And are we going to see black capture in the middle of the board again? Yes.
Yep, black capturing now. And I think white needs to try and drum up some activity here, because if you start playing normal moves, you need to win this game. You could just be a little bit worse. I mean, I'm just very fearful in the long run. That pawn is just a big target. So I would really, as white now, been trying to activate, like knight b5, try and use these pieces. That's the one advantage white has. Try to get some attack going somehow. So knight b5 to compensate for your weakened pawn by using your active pieces strikes me as a better move than just taking that pawn on d4 back. I still think black should be absolutely fine here. There's no reason why not. Maybe I put my bishop somewhere very safe because I need a draw, and I ask you, what are you doing? But I think white has to be a bit careful. I think a capture on d4 would start going towards, really going in black's favour, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm also not very comfortable with this ruining of the pawn structure there on the queen side, and I'm kind of thinking the same. She's reaching for the knight. She's gone for your move, Simon. Knight b5 played.
Nice. Good move, I feel.
Nice.
Yeah.
But the question is, okay, how to continue? So say you were to go bishop anywhere. I don't quite know where to put it. I mean, every single square is viable. I probably wouldn't put it on e7, just because I want the queen on e7.
Sure.
At some stage.
This move kind of feels natural, doesn't it? Putting it on c5, I think feels normal, because it's a very safe square. You can't get hit by a pawn, because there's no pawns that can do that, and you just put your queen on e7. And I think this
you've got to be careful,
setup,
because the knight is coming to c7. But once you've got control over the c7 square, you kick the knight back, then queen e7, centralize over everything, and then you are. I don't see the problem for black.
Yeah, maybe you can even kick this knight away and then put the queen here. And black doesn't really have any weaknesses. It's one of those structures where, okay, I mean, you should not be in trouble without weaknesses, right? I want to put my bishop on b1, here. And I feel at the moment this is really going in black's favour, and black's doing all right. But let's go to another game, shall we? Potentially.
Yeah, you mentioned the words something is going in black's favour, and I'm just taking a look at this position. It's between Francisco against Gomez. It's and it does look like something has gone wrong for white, and everything is going in black's favour.
Okay, so let's just bear with me while I bring that one up. And
it's Francisco. Yeah, this is the one.
Okay, so far every game in this match has been a draw. So if there's a win in this game, it's going to be critical. And let's have a look. So it starts off very normal, Scotch opening. I know you love the Scotch. Oh, do you like the Scotch Evenka or not? I mean, was it you?
It
No,
became too
someone else.
complicated for me.
Yes.
After a while, I did have a love affair with it, but then after, I don't know, around about 2010 or so, the theory started becoming a bit random, and I thought, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's not go here anymore.
Sounds a bit like my love affair with the Scotch the drink there, which I'm joking, everyone, in case you're worried. But no, we nice Scotch now and again. I prefer to the opening. And Queen F6 is kind of quite a trendy move now to get out of the sort of main lines. And now this knight comes back. And I know that the key lines here, and the downside of this queen moving away is that F7 is a little bit weak. And that white can try stuff with like the knight coming to B5. These are the key lines in this variation. But okay, the knight coming back here has some point because you also have ideas of harassing that queen. The check comes in, and this is a very common idea. It looks like black's lost a tempo, but you stop a white knight coming here. So it's actually very crafty because white would love to go here and in. Black has stopped that. So far it seems okay. White just develops. Black develops. Bishop G5. Seems quite normal. Queen G6. Bishop D3. Okay, there's some ideas. And now, boom! Knight to E5. And Queen D2. And the point is, if you take that knight, obviously I take on G5. So Queen D2 is trying to keep things together here. And now Knight takes D3. And
I thought she was going to take on F3.
That looks much more normal, doesn't it? Is it? I mean, I know the computer actually says here that black is pretty much winning.
Really?
Maybe white's idea is that if you take on F3, you know, I do get this file, and sometimes these pawns can be quite useful. Black's actually...
Oh. Is it to do with knight takes bishop and then the queen swinging over to b6? Is there some
It was actually nice.
materialistic ideas?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm using the computer, so I'm cheating, but the move here is actually knight to c6, and you keep those threats sort of in the position, so you keep the idea of maybe moving the other knight in here, but it's not obvious. That's not obvious at all. And after knight d3, queen b6 does look tempting, doesn't it? But I suppose white would just castle and give up the b2 pawn. So if you did play here, I would probably not be afraid to give up this pawn and bring my knight here, with compensation at least.
Right. There's some of us who would
yes.
be willing to take that gauntlet, but some of us who won't. Yeah, but I agree with you. It's very risky.
You love grabbing the pawns, don't you? You're such a pawn grabber. Yeah.
Totally.
What was that song by?
Man Eater by
Oh, right.
Mix, right.
I thought it was pawn grabber. I thought, like, you know, if you put the words, if you put the lyrics pawn grabber
you
to
can
it, yeah,
definitely do that.
yeah. And have you ever grabbed a pawn that you really regretted, Jovanka? Have you ever taken a pawn and thought, oh, hang on a minute,
times.
I'm getting mated here? Yeah.
Many times.
Many times.
I've unnecessarily made my position complicated through my materialistic greed. But okay, black doesn't have any problems here in this position after knight c6. Yeah, okay, it's been awarded a question mark, but objectively, okay, it's not the end of the world, because black's idea is just simply to go d6, castle the king, get the bishop out into the game, and with the bishop pair, black is fine.
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, there was a bit of action there going on. I think they both slipped out of theory somewhat, but this position does seem quite normal now. And I would say pretty even, right? White shouldn't have too many problems. White can castle, put the knight here, and the good thing about White's position always is not that move, is the pawn on e4, and the pawn on e4 gives White a space advantage. So Black has to play around that pawn, but as Ivanka said, all of Black's pieces are working very well. None of the Black pieces have a problem, so why should Black ever be worse? Black shouldn't be worse. So it's fairly even at the moment, this position, and another one I think we should come back to a little bit later when it heats up a bit more. So what other tie breaks can we go to? I'm going to have a quick look now, see if we can find. I want to find some like really attacking, crazy mayhem on the board. That's the kind of chess that I enjoy. So.
Well, there are some people who are in a must-win situation.
Yeah.
So Castilian, who's playing against Karina Sivka, she lost with the black pieces, so therefore she has to win with the white pieces. And also Vo, who's playing against Rudzinska. She is also in a must-win situation, because what I like about these things is that you can play the guessing game and you can say, oh, will you? Do you have good chances? And okay, so this one, yeah, these two played out a draw, Rachman, so they have another tiebreak to face if their game ends in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, this position to me looks really interesting. So they had a draw in the first tiebreak game, and you have Victoria against Anastasia here, and Victoria actually played for our 4NCL team, so same team as me, but Anastasia I played in Iceland, and they both seem like very nice people who play a lot of chess, both young, ambitious players. But the only reason I'm just picking up on this game is if we go through the moves very quickly. It's a French defence, but it looks really interesting. And let's remember, if either side now wins, they are through. So this is the French, one of my favourite openings, a winner-ware, classical even, a main line of the classical. But this is actually a favourite move of mine, where you try to keep your pawn chain intact after the natural c5, which you couldn't do if there's a knight there. So you want to keep your pawns in a chain. And the main idea from Black in these types of positions is to often break out. But okay, a5 gains space on the queen side. The knight now comes in, maybe with some attacking ideas later on. We have an exchange. And now g5. What a move, hey? I mean, that's a really brave move. And I actually, Caruana fell for a similar trick, right? I mean, I think Fabiano, and this is again Champions Tour game, might have been nearly the same position, played an early knight to f4, and he got hit by the same idea, g5. And g5 is a very common concept in the French defence, believe it or not. Yeah, this is not the winner-ware, this is the classical French. Could have been a winner-ware, but it wasn't. So White has to come back. Is this, and this pawn, well, okay, a check comes first. I think that pawn could have kept going.
I think so.
Oh, but look at this. I mean, you move your knight forwards, you move it back. And you move this knight forwards, you move it back. And you know what Black now did? Black put the knight there and went checkmate. that was the end.
Show it, Simon. How did that happen?
I don't know, because if I take my finger off the mouse, it will bounce back. I mean, if I was Black here, if it wasn't such an important event, I might even be tempted to play some nonsense like this. Getting 2 pawns, just in the hope that my opponent plays f3, when I have 2 checkmates here. g3 even. So anyway, so I'm getting carried away now. So the game continued with Black playing a much better move, queen b6, trying to win this pawn. And now a3, and now knight takes e5 happened, right? Boom! Look at that. Look at this position, Ivanka. What is going on? What a move, though, right? Explosions in the centre.
And you have to put it on the board, Simon. If if White decided to go pawn takes bishop.
Oh, pawn takes bishop. Oh, there is a bishop on pre. Oh, I didn't see that, Ivanka. We can win a bishop. Ooh, on our way to the next round, we're a piece up. Oh, sorry, but some positions deserve a little bit of a, ooh, yeah. And that position is a bit of an, oh, yeah. This would be a horrible way to get knocked out. So I think this is a brilliant idea from Victoria, and it has been duly given a amazing move mark. What an idea, Ivanka, though, right? I mean, and the thing is now that I don't think white even takes this knight. I mean, I think you've got to take the knight, right? You've got to take the knight, yeah? Surely.
Yeah, well, you got to try for that, right? Take the knight.
But now...
Because otherwise you're just going to be material down.
Yeah.
And now I guess you just go knight takes pawn again, renew the threat.
Well, actually, Ivanka, there's only, again, I'm cheating with a computer, but knight takes pawn is a big mistake. I would have to play this move because I love cheapos. I just want to do that. But actually, white is now winning, and this is a sad fact about chess sometimes, Ivanka, isn't it? You play these beautiful ideas, and they're normally complete nonsense. And actually, here, if white just avoids that knight coming there by doing a very boring but winning move, then kind of black's just lost a piece, right? You know, which is a pity. I mean, so the move is, and this is Victoria's idea, is another idea.
This is Bishop C5, right?
100%, Ivanka. So rather than going for this one, the idea is to actually try another checkmate, this time on F2. So Bishop takes F2. I don't think white can stop that, right? I would hate to be white here with my pieces like this. So I'm feeling for Anastasia. She's a great player. She's been having a great run. I mean, they're both very nice people, but with white pieces...
But where is the checkmate? But where is... So say, for instance, okay, bishop takes pawn obviously is checkmate.
Yeah.
That is the big threat. But if you just move the knight out of the way...
Yeah, so
that's
which
run.
knight? I don't know which knight we move.
It has to be the D. Has to be the D knight because otherwise, again, checkmate on E3 will happen.
Can we show that? Let's say I play
Yes.
this knight C3 move again. I'm getting checkmated so often in this game, aren't I? and then come on, Ivanka, put it in the pipe and smoke it.
Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn. Shark.
Yes.
I move my king.
And well, your king has got no escape square, so I'm going to put my queen into E3 and.
This is how. This is what you do,
Let's go.
Ivanka. If you're about to give checkmate here, rather than just move it in, like you do this. You do like la 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 la. If you hate your opponent, that is, and then you go. Whoosh. But actually, you probably will get hit on the nose if you do that. So don't actually play moves like that. It's not a very good idea. So yeah, so you're right. So you can't go knight there, but we're just looking at this position because it is fascinating. So you have to move the other knight. Maybe not there.
No, take it back.
Okay, so where do we go? What do we do?
Knight F3.
Knight F3, but this is still scary, right? I'm going to take here, and whoa, your king is running a very fine line here. Very fine line. But maybe...
Still, a piece is a piece, and I guess G4 is happening there, and the question...
You're so materialistic, Ivanka. I can't believe you're just looking at the piece here and be like, yep, it's a piece. I'm like, oh my god, it's a disaster.
Knight G5 is happening.
It's an omni-shambles here. Absolutely falling apart. All over the shop.
I'm sorry, Simon.
It's alright. I'll let you off
resist.
this time. But I think it's clear that black has a good attack, right? So it's a very, very, very clever sacrifice that was played. And let's just go back there. Black played this brilliant idea, and I totally understand now what white did. And actually the computer still thinks white's okay, and white was like, I'm not getting involved with any of that. I'm just going to move my knight to c3, and you have two pieces on pre. So even here, it's, I think black, well, maybe black can give just a complete mess, right? And the time situation that, you know, what a nail biter of a game this is. One of the most exciting so far.
Yeah, and anything can happen there.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game. I'm expecting bishop takes knight, as you've indicated, and the knight to move, and it's going to be whether white has sufficient compensations on the dark squares. If she gets that, then actually, because of this g7, g5 move, which was very, very enterprising to say the least, then black will have problems if they don't manage to consolidate that. Any other games that catch your fancy? We can quickly go to the Guichard game and against Serik Bey, and this was the game that we saw in the earlier round where Pauline Guichard, she had to defend a rook against a knight.
Yeah, so let's bring that up. And what's the score in that match? Do we know at the moment? I'm just going to try and find it.
They drew the last game.
Okay.
It was a technically drawn endgame. The knight, when it has a lot of mobility,
that was the one. Yeah.
can simply defend against the rook and king.
And here we are in this one, and they're such tense games, aren't they? I mean, you know, the games where you have to win to level the match, they're tense, but when it's been like equal all the way through the match, and you know you make one mistake, you go home. It's you don't really get many other sports I can think of where that is the case. I mean, chess is very unique, Ivanka. I would say that in that way that, you know, even in golf, in tennis, think of something where, you know, you make a little mistake, you play a bad shot, but okay, you got another shot, you can get back into the match. In chess, at this level, you make one bad move and you go home. You're out of the competition, you know, at this level. So it's really unforgiving, and it's probably one of the most tense, you know, scenarios you can be in playing chess. And we have this position. I mean, I don't know if you want to go through the moves. No, it's a Berlin, so we're not going to do that. We don't like the Berlin. But we like Berlin, don't we, Ivanka? But that's a different question. And in this position, what's happening? Black's a pawn up, and you like being a pawn up, don't you, as well? You love having the extra pawn.
Exactly. And it's not a great pawn, but it's a pawn, so I will take it. I'm guessing if I were black, I would hold on to that pawn with as much firepower as I can. You know, bishop d7.
Okay. Guarding that pawn. Yep. And again, I suppose it shows the difference with us, Ivanka. I'm totally like, I need to be more materialistic in my chess playing, and I'm like, oh yeah, I don't care about being a pawn down here. Look at this horrible double pawns. That little pawn over there weak. My knight could come in. I'm like, yeah, I love white's position, and you're just like, yeah, black's just a pawn up. And it's probably just true. You know, so
no. Black isn't just a pawn up. I mean, the only reason that I think black is a smidgen better is because a7, a5 is in the air.
That's a very good point. So this is a very nice spot, Ivanka. So let's say bishop d7, we just play a move where rather than playing very slowly with my knight, and I don't even know what I achieve if I get my knight there, because, okay, I attack the bishop goes somewhere, so what? Let's say I aim for the weak pawn, and let's say I move this rook here. This seems very normal, but your move now looks great, right? A very nice move. And that's a5, yeah? The move that Ivanka just recommended. Give the pawn back, but activate on the Ari file.
Yeah. And as we can, and as we can see there, it's the position will probably fizzle out into a draw, but nonetheless it will be black who will feel lucky there, because yes, the two pawns are doubled. Yes, black has that extra pawn, but they are weak, and weak pawns, they do drop off.
I mean, could we get something like?
So I'm predicting. Yeah.
I was wondering if we could get something like this. Let's say I take the pawn, yeah, and you take back. It's the Hoover. This is where you get the Hoover out. Look at those pawns everywhere. We take the pawns off, and you get this. And this is the draw you're talking about, right?
Right.
I mean,
here
looks like a
it's
draw.
just to agree a draw, and then on to the next tie breaks.
Yeah.
There is one way that I can see white actually putting pressure on these double pawns. And it's actually to, instead of playing like a move like rook a c1, but just to go knight to b3, just to stop white from breaking out. And you mentioned, you know, maybe there's a possibility of going knight c5. There's also the possibility of going knight a5, and just again putting the bishop on d3 to the f3 square so that it can eye up the pawn on c6.
I quite like that idea. I mean, again, looking at the computer lines, it gives a variation. What happened in the game? We're going to see
Bishop B7 played.
Bishop B7. Okay, I'm not sure I like that quite so much, because the bishop on B7 might restrict a rook coming to B8, right? Because in that last line, just to show you the difference, I was thinking with bishop D7. So we just go back there, just to show you the difference in potentially his bishop. You go knight B3. I can play this move now, right? And this would kind of force you to play A3 at some moment. If the knight comes in, I drop back. And if you play A3, I might even have some tactics at some point with one of these breaks. And in the game, after bishop B7, this move looks a lot better now, because you can't harass my B pawn. And I can take my time and avoid simplifications. This didn't occur. It looks like they were getting the Hoover out here, because it went rook fc1, a5. Now the Hoover comes out. Excuse me. And pawns start to get exchanged here.
Yeah.
Looks likely to be a draw.
You do feel it does look likely to be a draw, but I think it will be black who has to play a few accurate moves now to get that draw. And she's... What is she playing? Oh, I thought she had moved the bishop. It's under fire, so it does have to go back. I probably would put it on f8, out of harm's way.
Yeah, just keep it close to your
F1,
king.
sorry.
So you keep it safe. I agree. Okay, let's move to another one. I mean, this position is kind of like not so exciting, is it, to be honest?
Yeah, and shall we revisit the open section?
Yeah, if we can. We'll go there in a minute, I think. Maybe before we do that, we could just have an update of... Was there any crazy game? Yeah, let's just have an update of that really crazy game, because there was that one interesting game, right, with Natalia playing with the white pieces. And let's just see, before we go to the open section, if we have any more movement there. Victoria really trying to sacrifice pieces of the black, and this was really quite fun. And here, knight c3 was just played, and you remember this game where there was, if we go back a couple of moves, black had played this amazing knight takes e5 with the idea of playing a checkmate, and this is incredible, incredible idea. So
great,
knight c3
great
played.
idea. Knight c3, but also a great response from white. And do we have a few more moves? Well, we do, because it's now fire on the board, and the computer has awarded this pawn grab, but also sacrificing a piece with a double question mark. So presumably white can just simply go pawn takes bishop.
Yeah.
And black is playing very directly, just playing for mate. Knight to g4, threatening the good old scholars on f2. But unfortunately, that is a trick that everyone, anywhere and anyhow, they just learn it.
Yeah.
It's the first idea. And the book queen a3 defends it. And how is black going to continue with the momentum? Is it knight to e5?
Knight e5 would be a tempting move, and the other option I feel is to take on b4. Okay, the knight comes to e5 first, because there's no threats anymore against here. And even though the computer says white is doing really well here, it's one of those situations where if you're actually playing the game, I think you'd be feeling very, very different, right? With these knights and queen coordinating, and again, this knight takes b4. It seems to create a number of threats to me, so I can understand why Victoria has played this. And I would also assume that the players, they don't have the evaluation bar. They probably also don't really know who's better by a lot here. I mean, I guess if you can get the queens off, maybe that would be a safe way to play, but a really complicated position, and it would kind of be a bit sad that if Victoria's play doesn't work well. Queen takes d4. Was it a bit too much? The computer thinks so, but let's see.
Yeah, let's definitely see. This is definitely one game that we will be keeping an eye on, because this is wild. And going back to the open section, let's have a look at the pairing tree, because some players have made it through to round 2. Some people had to buy in round 1 and just automatically found themselves in round 2. And of course we have all these tiebreak matches to determine who will progress to the next round. And we have some big names entering the fray. Did you guys saw Hikaru Nakamura? I mean, do you think Hikaru Nakamura will win this one? We also have Fabiano Caruana.
Do I think he'll win the whole thing,
Magnus
or do
Carlsen.
I
Yeah,
think...
how far do you think it will go? Because, I mean, according to the pairing trees, if everything follows the ratings, you are going to see a big final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
We could see a final, as you say. Yeah, I mean, that'd be amazing. I mean, I think the way Hikaru is playing recently, I'd be surprised if he doesn't go a long way. And when I say a long way, he could even go all the way through to the final, as you say, and win the competition. He's just won the chess.com Bullet Championships. He's playing amazing chess. He's number 2 in the world, and he's definitely deserves to be number 2. And he's got married as well, right? So his life's become probably a lot calmer as well. So yeah, I think he could go a long way.
Is there anything he hasn't won this year? Because I'm also thinking in terms of classical chess, he won the American Cup, he won Norway Chess, he's just gotten married, won the Bullet Cup, and he's also streaming all the time.
I mean, he's doing really well for himself, and he always claims that he's number 1 a streamer, right? Does Hikaru, but at the end of the day, he's an amazing streamer, but at the same time, he's an amazing chess player. He's got so much talent. I don't think anyone thinks as quickly as Hikaru, and I feel that this kind of format actually suits him, Jovanka, because it's 2 games. As long as he doesn't lose one of the classical games, the time limit gets shorter and shorter. He gets stronger and stronger as the time limit gets shorter. And I just feel that he'll be one of the big contenders here, certainly. But, you know, you mentioned Hikaru, just so many great players, all starting tomorrow. So make sure you do tune into the commentary tomorrow, because Hikaru is just one of those guys. You know, we've got Magnus, let's not forget about that chap. You've got some of the younger talents like Gukesh. You got everyone. Everyone's playing pretty much starting tomorrow.
I know. You can basically, it's easier to say who's not playing than who is playing. And yep, as Simon says, it all begins tomorrow. And meanwhile, we see the game up there on the screen, and it is between 14-year-old Adiz Gurel and Velimir Ivic. And remember, Velimir Ivic, he won the first game in the tie breaks, and now Gurel is in a must-win situation, and he's playing this position with his queen on h2. That for me is already not a promising sign.
Yeah, you don't really want your queen on such a passive square if you're trying to attack. I mean, in some respects, it kind of feels that White has some chances on these dart squares, because you pointed out this pawn on e5. The pawn on e5 is a great base to start an attack, but Black now also trying to prove that pawn is a weakness, just ganging up on that pawn. Ideas of f6 at the same time, and the queen on h2 is so passive, isn't it? So I think White's going to have to come up with something special here to bounce back in the match. He is a minute up on the clock. It's 6.5 minutes versus 7.5. So it's still boiling. It's still chances here. I'm being told, though, that there is a crazy game going on with Amir Khan. So I would love to go and have a look at that one. Another encounter where all the games so far have ended up being a draw. And we'll just go back and before the chaos started. So it's that situation where if either side wins, they are going to progress and get that extra money. So we have a pretty normal structure here. Amir has 3 minutes, and it looks okay, pretty sensible. Black is a pawn up, but White has sacrificed it to castle to get the knight here, to get some pressure with the queen. So you can see that White's really going for it. He now opens up the light squares. He pushes on, a standard idea to try and isolate the pawn, maybe give some checks on this diagonal. That is a big threat combined with the knight controlling the light squares there. And here, another reason that white can be happy taking over the centre. Black goes very passive here. Black's a long way from castling now. Brilliant move, I feel. Just bashing the middle open, even if it costs a second pawn. Black does take that pawn, and rook e1, lining up. Everything is kind of lined up now on the right squares, but black is 2 pawns up. The rook,
but it's got no development.
It's got no development. Crazy position. Rook b5 played, and Amir, I played him in Reykjavik. We had a very interesting game where he won the Reykjavik Open last year, and I noted he's a very sharp, tactical player, as well as being great at endings and other parts of the game. He attacks that rook, okay, and black says, you can have the rook, I don't want it. So he does, but that's actually a mistake. How often is taking a rook with check a mistake, Ivanka? Not often, right?
It is not often, but it is when I guess it allows black to have 3 pawns in the middle of the board. But the position is still really wild, and
it is.
How did white continue? Like capturing on d5?
Well,
okay.
No, even more crazy. White's like, those pawns are too strong. I'm going to give my whole bishop up for that pawn. I mean, what is happening here? And remember, to play in this crazy way for both sides is quite mind-boggling, because if they lose, they go home. So they're playing with no fear whatsoever. What is this move though? This is bonkers. And okay, the point is the white queen now slides in, and he's just trying to checkmate. Black goes back with the knight. The computer is not happy about that one. So white grabs another pawn, pinning that knight. f6, and now knight takes d7, queen takes knight c3, and this is the current position with what is the material balance? It's about even, the material balance, yeah? Is that correct?
Yeah.
About
well,
even.
Yes and no. It is about even, but it's going to be all about that ace. And it's just a killer.
The A pawn, right?
Yeah.
It's just diving
totally
down the board. Yeah, 100%. So black has pushed here with the pawn, and black would maybe, I don't know how you're going to deal with this pawn. I mean, your bishop is at least blockading that at the moment, but not forever. And still a crazy position, which obviously is favouring white quite a lot. But what do you play after this? You move the knight, you lose your queen. Yeah.
You can even go rook d1. That's a bit of a flashy move.
I like it. Rook d1, and you're actually friendly just to take the pawn, yeah?
Yes. And yeah, you can't obviously capture the knight because the queen is on prise. There you go. Yeah. That's my one move tactic of the day, and I can see that the evaluation bar stayed.
Loves it. It loves your tactic. Good tactic, Ivanka. And I might have to swap queens now, right? So, but if I swap queens, this knight is rampaging, yeah? And you're going to lose at least a pawn. So it looks like Amir is sitting happy, right? And cruising in this game.
And he plays rook d1.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Why aren't you playing this competition, Ivanka? You should be there, crashing some skulls, right?
Need to get there first. That's the problem. I haven't been playing any tournaments.
So how do you get there?
What I have been doing.
How do you actually get in this competition?
How do you get to this competition? Yeah. So first of all, you can do it via rating, and secondly, you can actually do it by playing in a zonal championship. So in my case, it would be the European Women's Championship, and that would be from for 2 years running. You can play in it, and you get, because it's a 2-year cycle, and then you qualify. You have to get you have to finish in the top 12, I think, or top 20 or so, and then you get a spot.
And you've done that before. You qualified like that before?
I've done it before, and I came so close in 2019. I was so irritated. I messed up winning Rick and Pawn ending, and I had nightmares about that position for a while. And so I think I became one of the first reserves or something, but no one gives up their spot at the World Cup because it's just too good an opportunity.
It is.
And
The prize
I
money's
see
great,
you've
right?
gotten-
I mean, even if you get knocked out in this round or the first round, when I was trying to qualify, you were getting like $5,000 for losing, which for someone who's not in the elite is a tremendous amount of money. It's a tremendous amount of money anyway. So it's a really good tournament. It's kind of the creme de la creme of chess tournaments, right, for the average chess player.
It is. It's a fantastic tournament. It's there in fantastic locations, and you get this fantastic opportunity. You feel like the underdog can actually progress to the top. And talking about this is another very close match in terms of rating. It's between Sidley and Ming Lei, and it looks like, and I'm not saying it looks like, it certainly appears that Ming Lei will be leaving the competition, because there's just no way that Black can continue this fight in a satisfactory manner.
It's pretty sad news that, Ivanka, I think, for a lot of people watching, because Ming Lei is a streamer on chess.com, a very popular one. He does so well in a lot of the chess.com events. Title Tuesdays, come close to winning. I'm not sure if he's won it, but he's very, very popular with the audience, and to see him go home in the first round would be upsetting. It's clearly a tough first round, both players similar rating, and it's a lot of people will be disappointed with that. But I do agree that it's just game over now. I mean, you got 2 knights for the rook anyway, which is normally a very good, it's a very good combination of pieces. But tactically, Black's position is falling apart. For example, this last move, a brilliant move, and the point being, if you now take the knight, well, you drop everything. I go f7 with check, and I take your rook and queen. So I win 14 points in one move there. That's a lot of points, right? 14 points in one move, and I don't think there's anything else that Ming Lei can do after this capture. He's got some spike checks, but there's many ways White can deal with that. Maybe the king can even just come round here. Okay, let's have a look at that. Maybe this is the only chance.
It can step up to d3.
Yeah, I suppose the point is I have to be a bit careful, because if I did my move king c1, I could be losing now, because now rook takes e5 gives some chances. And if you go f7 check, king here.
Yeah, unfortunately, White has this nice rook e6. Yeah, you've got to watch out for the good old lawnmower mate, but rook e6 will, of course, end
rook
the game.
e6 is a nice move. Yeah, nice move. So even if I blunder as White in this position, Black has gone check. Even if I play a very passive move, trying to put my king in a bad place, I'm probably still winning. But as you said, Ivanka, why not just come forwards? And if you check again, I can even block the check with a knight, but I could also probably feel quite safe over here. But yeah, this is bad news. There's nothing at all I can see Black doing against the advance of this pawn here. So nothing.
In other news, it was also bad news for Lance Henderson de la Fuente. He got knocked out by Adiban. Adiban moves on to round 2, and Marina Brunello, she crashed out to Priyanka Nutaki, and Priyanka moves on to round 2, and as does Francesco, who beat Gomez. I think we touched on that game, or maybe we didn't, but anyway, she moves on to the next. This is the heartbreaking stage, Simon, where we have to announce who has gotten knocked out, who doesn't make it, because it's heartbreaking to see, because I know how much effort everyone has put to get here. They've put in months of training, and sometimes it all comes down to these careless blunders or just moments of nervousness. But it's a sign of a champion. And shall we go over to Avila against Smirin?
Well,
because in the first round we saw Smirin actually survive what was a lost position.
Yeah, it's great to hear that Adiban's gone through. No offence to Lance, who seems like a really nice kid as well, but I remember when Adiban was 2700 rating, and he plays in a style which I really appreciate. The animal or the beast, is it? I don't know which one. I keep getting mixed up. The beast, Adiban, the nickname the beast, the B3 legend. But he's such an exciting player. Is Adiban? He loves attacking. He loves aggressive play, and his rating has dropped something like 100 and whatever points. So I would like to see him do well here and bounce back to kind of the heights which he deserves to be. So well done there. And yeah, this position, either side wins, they go through. As you mentioned, Ivanka, White in the last game had a good chance. I don't know how young this player from Colombia is. I mean, he looked very young on the cameras. Does he have a good chance here? It seems like, I mean, really complicated position, but it does seem like the Black King is more exposed than the White King here, with pressure against this one. But it's a mess, isn't it, this position? A complete mess.
It is a mess. And the first thing I've learned when I'm commentating is just to count the pieces, because it's so randomly placed that it might be that black is up a pawn. 2, 6. No, material is level. And it's a question of whether white can just go pawn takes pawn and then start untangling away.
Well, we had a couple of moves coming quite quickly there, so let's just see what happens. So after rook f5, White played another move which kind of feels normal to get the knight to a dangerous square, but actually the computer really doesn't like this idea, because now that pawn which you mentioned, and I think you're right, could have been used just to open up the position. That would have been, that's a very logical move. Take a pawn with check and attack. We could, he didn't play that. He plays knight e4, and immediately I think we saw Smirin take that pawn with his knight, and that must have given him a sigh of relief, because his knight now is anchored in the middle. White's idea was to centralise the queen, attacking over there. Black defends that one, and then he plays knight g3, rook on pre, pawn on e6 on pre, and they're playing so quickly, but they are so, I didn't realise the time has gone so quick, Ivanka. They're both under a minute, and look at this move immediately from Smirin. He gives up the exchange, and now another, what's happening here? Knight takes f4. This has come to life exceptionally fast. Wow.
And I was also wondering whether you could actually just go rook takes and play the position like that, because White's king is just terribly exposed. But knight takes pawn, very understandable decision. Knight is forking the queen and the rook. 44 seconds. Where to put the queen? The queen has to move to the center.
I think you've got to try to get your queen in, right? And I think coming to c3, I mean, I know you give up the rook, but it's such a sharp position. I think the first thing to look at in these positions is how do I get through to my opponent's king, just because every other consideration comes second. And he is going for that. He is trying to bring that queen down to g7, and they're both now under a minute, and this is to go through to the next round. They must be so nervous at this moment in time, right?
Yeah.
So nervous.
And just also trying to navigate the complications, because if you do take the rook, then the queen will slide in and give a check, and the king is forced to move, and it doesn't feel like there's even a shield for the king to hide under. And I think it's going to be all about the h-pawn, and look at that, the evaluation bar is shooting up in White's direction. I don't think Smirin saw this. I think he forgot about the queen c3 possibility.
And let's have a look at the time. He does now play
10
bishop
seconds.
c5, and they're both very short time. A blunder, and a really big blunder there. And wow, okay, we'll just keep up with the action now, because this is very exciting. The knight takes, this could go any way, this game. Knight e7 check, and the black king has found a bit of safety, Ivanka. I mean, one mistake here and you lose the game. What is happening in this position? It looks like White is still doing well, but if
Queen is just one move away from mobilizing, and once she's active, she's going to start looking at the White king. Oh, this is so difficult. This position is so tense, and you can see there Villa with, whoa, making that move with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 5 seconds on the clock, and the but one mistake in this immensely complicated position and you could go home. This is a good move from Spearheading, getting the queen on a good diagonal, defending his king a little bit. I have to say, the black king is now looking safer, and in positions like this, it's who's got the best king safety, and it feels like black's king has better protection. The white king has nothing guarding it at the moment. Keep an eye on the clock, though. This is going to decide who goes through. Can white activate somehow? Can white get the rook in? I mean, rook there, knight c8. All these moves look very tempting to me.
I completely agree. This is going to be about who has the better nerves. And someone else who is going home is actually our 14-year-old teenager, Idris Gurel. He had the dream start winning in the most fantastic way against Velimir Ivic, but in the end, it was the experienced Serbian Grandmaster that won. And going back to the board, you see the clock is ticking down to 7 seconds and is going down, and white has to decide, what are you going to go for? Are you going to give some checks and hope for a draw, or are you going to go for more? And we see the queen coming to c8, king moves up. I suspect that this game is going to end in a repetition.
Yeah, it probably is a draw because the white queen can keep checking, but even here, you know, black can play bishop b6, and he did. Smearin playing for the win, bishop b6, but white has this check here. The king comes to a6, and as Jovanka says, queen c8 looks like a perpetual. I think playing on for a win for either side here would be kind of suicidal. I think they've got to get ready for the next round, which is, I think the next section, if it's drawn at this period, is 10 minutes each. Is that right?
It
so
is.
The time just gets less and less every round they get through. Yeah.
Yeah, there you can see queen c8 check. And now the moment of truth for Smirin. Is he going to try to play for more? And the only way he can do that is by moving the queen back to block the check. And that just looks way too risky.
Yeah, the problem if the queens come off at all is that these pawns will drop and the h pawn's too strong. So you have to take the draw. It will be a draw. This kind of position, even though it's equal in material, you can even play something like knight g6. The h-pawn's too strong. One of the most exciting positions, though, and we feel this will end in a draw. And other games still going on. I mean, there's a lot of endings, so we're going to have time to look at the other games as just going through the positions on the boards there. I think we can leave this now. I think it will be a draw. We'll let you know if something drastic happens and it's not a draw. That would be quite shocking here. Maybe what black is thinking of is going king a7, but even then white has the draw. Okay, well, we've been told about another one, and another position between two players who are quite closely contested, and we'll go over there now. And in this one, this was very close, and Felix needs to win. And he is a queen up, so it looks like he should win. So this has been all decisive results. They played 3 games, and white has won every single game. Jovanka.
Yeah.
So
But,
every single game. Yeah.
And this looks like a white will win again, because knight and pawn, even a pawn on g3 is no match for the queen. It's just a question of moving the king forward, and there you can see the white king is getting ready to corral that pawn. And the king, once it takes a step to h4, that will be it. Felix Bloberger will have survived and taken the match to the second tiebreak. And I'm just having a look at some of the results. And so far it seems like the rating favourites are all going through. So Safali is through. There's as strong as a Azerari Grandmaster. Martius Bartel, Polish Grandmaster, also through to the next round. And when it comes to the women, remember that wild game? Well, Rakhmangulova is through, and she was playing with the white pieces. Right. So she won that one.
Okay, so if you do remember that French defence where Victoria played very bravely and sacrificed to open up White's king, Natalia defended very calmly in a very scary situation, and that could have gone either way, but it went, yeah, I mean, that was a really exciting game, one of the best ones that are around, but well done to Natalia for going through there, and unlucky to Victoria. We have now 2 games left, and yeah, I mean, Black will lose this one unless you fall for some horrible knight fork or something. It's very hard to lose this position unless you drop your queen, and the way you win this, you're going to drop the pawn and then the knight eventually. At some point, you will come and force the knight to move, and then when the knight moves, you take the pawn, and then you come and surround the knight with your queen and king, and you just got to watch out for any checks. This is the one thing, right? Always watch where that knight can check you, because you don't want to fall into a fork. That would be really embarrassing. And while we just watch the last 2 rounds happen, I just got a question for you, Ivanka, and anyone in the chat as well. I mean, tomorrow, I say we've got the big guns starting. There's plenty of great players playing already. But tomorrow we do have the higher rated players coming in with their walk of power. They're going to be Magnus storming in, Hikaru. We've mentioned these 2 players already, but who's everyone most excited about seeing playing this competition? And also, who do you think is going to win it? The obvious answer is obviously someone like Hikaru or Magnus Carlsen, but I'll tell you who I'm most excited about. I'm most excited about seeing, I think, the only English player, our friend David Howe. I'd love to see him do so well. And Ivanka, you know, there's 3 places in the men's competition, the Open, where you can get a candidate spot, and he's 2 times been 1 game away in 2 different tournaments, right? And can it be the 3rd time lucky? And that is such an amazing prize. If you get in the top 3, you get in the candidates, and that could change your whole life. So I'm really got my fingers crossed for David, and he's a great player. He can do it. So I think he can get in those top 3 100%. I'm also excited to see, you know, who do I think will win it? I think it could be an outsider like Gukesh. I'm gonna throw in Gukesh in the mix. And what about you, Ivanka? I mean, any thoughts about these players entering tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'm super excited to see obviously David. I can't not support my co-commentator and also really good friend. I think he's going to do really well. He could be a dark horse. I agree with you. For me, it's the kids. I'm really, really excited to see how Gukesh is going to do. I suspect that Nordibek Abdusatorov will do very, very well in this system. And, of course, honestly, I do believe that we're perhaps going to see a Magnus Carlsen Hikaru showdown in the end. But they're not going to have... there's going to be some adventure along the way, is what I want to say.
Yeah, and also we've got Bibi Sara, haven't we, in the women's section, Ivanka? Remember we commentated on her amazing play. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how she gets on in the women's section. But there's so many great players just coming in tomorrow, and it'll be fascinating to watch. You know, it just gets better every day, and this goes on for pretty much a month, the World Cup. So we've got so much to look forward to, right? So many great games of chess.
I agree. And talking about the women's section, I am also super excited to see how Ju Wenjun does, because she's the current women's world champion. She just came off a super long, tough match against Lei Ting-Jie. You know, will she be tired, or will she just show her class once more? And meanwhile, in this game, we see it's a battle between Luis Supi from Brazil, streamer, and also fantastic online player, against Adam Forzi. And Supi won the first tiebreak encounter, so Forzi is in a must-win situation. 10 seconds.
And he's trying. He's trying really hard.
He really is trying.
And I think I'd just like to check. We'll do this like when we get a chance. But who is David Howe going to play? Because obviously, you know, he's going to play the winner of one of these matches, and I'm kind of interested to know who that will be. So
okay,
do you know
I do know that, because that's just one of the things I checked. You know, as any good friend does. So he was going to play the winner of Matamoros and
Right.
Birkic.
Okay, and who won that one? So it's so many games going on.
They were playing the playoffs, and I know that
Okay.
Birkic won the first tiebreak
Right.
encounter,
Yep.
and I don't know quite what's happened in
I'll try to find out. So
game
Matt,
4.
we'll keep an eye on that. So we want to fight. We want to. We know we've got 2-2. Okay. Did I just see? Callum said it was a draw, so they're still in the playoffs. Okay. Wow.
Oh,
Still in.
so Matamoros won, and so Matamoros is one of the Ecuadorian great grandmasters with a very nice positional, natural style of play. He's also a fantastic trainer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on the tie breaks there because it'd be nice to see who David will be playing. More from like a bit of a selfish point of view. But going back to this game, and this is one of the last games, if not the last game, in this section going on. White needs to win, and White has picked up a pawn now. It's an extra pawn, but queen endings are very, very tough because the more you push your pawns forwards, generally the weaker you leave your king, and black is now threatening a checkmate. Queen takes a2, so White's got to do something to defend that, and also the black queen is at some point maybe coming in. You've got to watch out for checks yourself. It's a tense situation. Maybe White can move the king in, but ooh. Winning chances though, yeah? Some winning chances of White in this position.
And I'm also thinking about the king and pawn endings. Are they completely losing for black?
No idea at all. Absolutely no idea. I don't know. And the king is coming in because black could have gone for a king and pawn ending, but then I think the white king's just too active if the queens come off there. And it looks like black... Maybe black's best strategy, Ivanka, is to kind of wait here, because as soon as this pawn comes forwards, there is going to be a big check around the back there. Just going to shut my window, back in a sec.
14 seconds, and Adam has to think about what he wants to do. Push the A pawn one square forward, or perhaps improve the placing of the queen. Although, to be honest, it looks as though... Oh, Simon! Something terrible has happened. You left and a big blunder happened. So,
Wow.
Adam Forsey losing against Soupy. He just blundered by pushing the B pawn one square too far, and that's it. It will be checkmate, and Forsey gets knocked out of the competition.
Look at that. What a move. Queen E1, and of course when I try to shut my window I knocked over my tea everywhere. Typical, but hey ho. And I could have waited 10 seconds and done it then. But what a second round, Ivanka. That was really exciting, and there's still tie breaks going on. So don't go anywhere. The time limit's going to get shorter, right? And more exciting.
Absolutely. We are going to see the second set of tie breaks where time gets slashed. 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Still a lot of matches going on. Who will go on to the next round? Well, you're going to have to tune in a few minutes and find out after the break.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move D7, and after bishop to E8, the only way to win the game is to under promote to a bishop. Under promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to H5, we check and mate along the A4 E8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop F7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on chess.com.
Three 109 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muziciuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
And we are back in Baku for the second round of tiebreaks that are coming your way. We started with 33 tiebreak matches. We've only got 9 remaining. 8 in the open, 1 in the women's section. So it's been such a dramatic start to this event, Simon, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. I mean, it's this fascinating event. I think I just saw, did I just see an arbiter run? Wow, there was some running in the hall there. I don't know what was going on, but I rarely have seen people running in a tournament hall, so that was interesting. But yeah, it's a brilliant tournament. It's going on for most of the month, this World Cup. It's a tournament that every chess player wants to win because it's an exciting format, knockout competition. 2 games, then you go to the playoffs to get through to the next round. Top 3 players in the men's, top 2 players in the women's can get into the candidates competition, which is the creme de la creme. That can be life-changing. You get into the candidates, it literally can change your life. So there's a lot at stake. Good prize money as well, and the big players, the stars, will start tomorrow. But we've had some great games so far, Ivanka.
We absolutely have, and we're now in the second set of tie breaks, and so let's refresh our memories on these tie-break rules. So the 25 minutes and 10 seconds, that's been and gone. We're now on to tie-break 2, which is now the best of 2 rapid games played at a shorter time control of 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. And if these 9 matches that are happening, or are going to be happening in a few minutes, actually are still tied after these 2 rapid games, then we're going to move on to the third tie breaks, and this is where we're playing best of 2 blitz games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds per move. And if nothing can separate these 2 players, then there will finally be a tie break 4, which is 1 blitz game played at 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move, and that one will continue until there is a decisive result. So that one really feels like a marathon. You're kind of like staggering over the finishing line, and there we can see we have had kick off.
Yeah,
Players
lots of excitement,
are
and just think of the tension that these players are under now. They've gone all the way here. They must be shattered, and it's getting quicker and quicker, the time limit. So we're just waiting to see if we can get the games up now, and they are live. And I have to say, a match that I'd like to look at, and one that we haven't looked at yet, is the potential opponent of David Howe. And it would be nice to go there. And it's 2 very strong players. And you mentioned them before, Jovanka, and I'm just going to try to find them if you've got anything more to say about them. Very strong grandmasters, right?
Yes, I have to admit, I don't know that much about Birkic, although I do remember you telling me yesterday that he's the tallest grandmaster around, or have I got that confused with someone else? It could be. But he is. But his opponent, Carlos Matamoros, he's such a well-known Ecuadorian grandmaster, you know, just like a living legend, so to speak, of the game. Very natural style. I certainly really admire the organic styles that a lot of the South American players have. And well, we go into this game right now, and to my eyes, is this a French defense or is this a Caruana advanced?
Well, let's have a look. I think it's that Caro
It's a
variation,
Caruana
which
advanced.
is very popular. Yeah, I'm sure you know about this. You're the Caro expert, Jovanka, and our friend Grandmaster Keith Arkle plays this way as black. E5, the testing move, Jovanka, and now the C5 move. So, being the expert, tell us a little bit more about the C5 move. Interesting, right?
It is certainly interesting. The games are very complicated, very dynamic. I have to say, a lot of players don't like to enter these complications. So if you're just starting out, you are going to meet C3 a lot of the time. But this kind of falls into black's hands. But the most testing idea is actually to do what has happened in the game. Pawn takes pawn. And black should play e6. Knight c6 is interesting, but these ideas with f4 are kind of somewhat awkward for black. And after e6, c3, very, very traditional. It's been very trendy in recent years actually to go a3 and then go b4 and trying to put a bishop on the long square diagonal. But okay, hasn't happened. And after knight c6, knight f3, black quickly takes off that pawn, and after b4 drops the bishop back to b6, and the idea is to put pressure on this pawn by moving the bishop to c7, and so that's why b5 makes an appearance.
And
really, this position is so similar to a French defense. Black is trying to chip away at the e5 pawn stronghold, and you can do this sometimes by just breaking out with f6 immediately, or by kind of going the long way around with knight e7, knight g6 and castling, and only after you've kind of developed all your pieces do you break out with like f5 moves or f6.
Yeah, and queen c7, another way to target that pawn. I expect the reason that Matamoros has played this is that his opponent is a younger player, theoretical 2600 grandmaster, and this is a bit of a sideline, this c5 move. It's not supposed to be, I think it's fair to say, 100% sound nowadays, but it gives you a very playable position with very sensible and normal ideas. And we're into maybe, well, this kind of position seems very, very normal for this c5 idea. I mean, I personally, I play the French defense, so I do get this kind of stuff occasionally, and unless I get f6 in and I'm able to get rid of that pawn, I really don't like the positions of black. I really always try to play, let's just say here, f6, and I always try and somehow facilitate this, and I feel a lot safer when I get this, because I feel like my pieces are a lot freer. I get action maybe in the middle. But if I'm not able to play f6, and this is me personally, it might not be the way everyone plays it, but if I'm not able to play that, I hate playing against this pawn, Jovanka. I find that really hard to play around, you know. There's even chances of a bishop coming to d6. If I ever castle, I have to watch out for the Greek gift, and I just don't like it. So that's me playing these positions, Jovanka. I don't know about you. I mean, what's your general view on this type of structure here?
I'm also in the same camp. It took me a long time to kind of get used to this light square bishop being behind the e6 pawn, but knight e7 played. But also, one thing I learned, especially after studying these type of positions for a long time, is that black has to be patient and never underestimate the possibility of provoking your opponent to go wrong. And yeah, you know, white might have a pawn on e5, but there's certain structural concessions that they've made. For instance, the knight on a5 has a square on c4 to jump to. Queen on c7 is really well placed. Could do a bit of a hit and run and grab the pawn on c3 if white isn't careful. And let's not forget the bishop on b6 is great. And once you just kind of get used to the idea that your king might be in the center, bishop might be on d7, you can keep the position as flexible, as tense as possible.
I'm just, you know, for me, it's like, where do we put the king, right? Because if I castle queenside, which I might even be tempted to do, you can run into c4 on the opening there. And if I castle kingside, which you've really got to, you don't touch that king too soon, this can just destroy you. I mean, let's, for example, just show it. This is one of the main tricks that you must know. You castle here and you run into the standard idea of bishop h7, which is called the Greek gift. And this combination of the knight coming in and the queen coming in behind it will often just win the game immediately. There's no easy way to stop this kind of checkmate from occurring. So there is danger. If you can get your king safe, I feel that, yeah, black's got all the positives. So dynamic structure here. And if I was black, I might just play bishop d7 with the idea maybe of getting the king over there. Also looks risky, but I like having a safe king, Ivanka. That's me. I don't like having a weak king. So.
And h6 played in order to perhaps castle kingside. I'm in your camp as well. I like having a safe king, but sometimes you just have to accept when your opponent plays aggressive chess that you're not going to get a safe king. You're just going to have to get those active pieces instead. I was also thinking bishop d7 was a possibility, and I was kind of more headed towards the knight g6 ideas, and I guess Matamoros didn't like that because of rook e1.
Yeah. Building up nicely this one. So the winner of this match will go through to play David Howe, who has qualified. I mean, it's going to be a very tough game for David Howe against either of these players. He's either going to get the very experienced Matamoros, who is the low rated player, or he's going to get the younger and attacking player, Birkik. So we'll wait and see. Bishop a3 on the board. That looks like a tremendous square for the bishop on d6. At the moment, I'd be feeling that I definitely like white's position, but black might be able to unravel here. So let's see a bit later on if black does unravel. And so on to another game, and another game that is in the playoff stages, and a match we've looked at quite a lot, and the games there have been very interested is Santiago with the white pieces against Smittering. And let's see, we've been told there's an interesting position there, but I'm just seeing, hopefully I can get the moves up in that game, which has been very closely contested so far, but I'm not sure we've got any moves there. So let's go on to another one. Give me 1 second, I'll see if I can work on that quickly. Ivanka, do you have a suggestion of another match maybe we could?
Yeah, let's move to another one, and I will have a look for you. And so let's have a look at the games between Blauberger against Master Vasilis. Now these two have had a really exciting roller coaster of a ride so far, because whoever plays with the white pieces seems to automatically win.
Which game,
did you
say?
This is Blauberger against Master Vasilis. And I remember Blauberger had really interesting opening preparation. Yesterday we saw him like bravely put his king out to e2 and then follow it out to f3. And it seems like his opening choices with the white pieces have been a great success. So, are we going to get the Santiago smearing game?
Yeah, we're just seeing if we can get a bit of a refresh on the board. So we'll get back there in a second.
Okay.
We're just trying to find the most interesting games, and we love these kind of tactical battles in the opening, so we want to get a sharp double-edged encounter, and you know, we've only got a certain set of eyes so you got to bear with us occasionally just to you know, work out where the action is happening, and we will be with them very soon, the games, and you can We were catching the players in the camera, and here you go. Here is that match we were talking about between the older and younger generation. Do you think like age matters a lot, Jovanka? I'm assuming being the younger player gives quite an advantage just in you know, having that energy, right? I mean, we get. I don't know about you, Jovanka. I'm getting older. I just feel tired all the time now. Wow, wow. Get the violin out. Play me a song. You know, wow, wow, wow. I mean, do you feel more tired now? You probably don't. You're like super healthy. You know, I bet you've got bundles of energy.
No. It's a battle actually with the energy levels. I have to say my concentration levels is fine. I feel like the amount of knowledge I have when I'm playing chess is more than I had before, and the pattern recognitions can help me. But in terms of energy, this is the big issue actually, and I would like to see something actually for players of our age and older, because there you see Smirin, he actually looks like he's in good shape. You know, he doesn't look tired at all. And his opponent, I did Google it, Simon, his opponent, Santiago Pavilas, he is 19.
19 years old, so still a teenager. So there is a big gap there in the ages and styles. I mean, I do think it matters, but I also think this age thing's a little bit overplayed. I mean, in chess, I feel it's one of those sports where I don't think there should be a major issue with being an older player and not being able to play great chess. And, you know, we've had Anand show us that by qualifying for the candidates at an older age where people thought he was past it. He qualified for the World Championships from the candidates twice, which was incredible, brilliant. And a lot of people, you know, I think they overplay this age thing. Obviously, you've got to keep your fitness up. It's been proven in chess that this is now one thing that modern players all do. Previously, this was kind of not considered as important. If you go back to the days of Mikhail Tal, you know, he smoked about 100 cigarettes a day. So
at the board.
At the board, indeed, Jovanka. you know how Botvinnik trained for him, right? This famous story. It was the World Championships, right? And Botvinnik was playing Mikhail Tal. Mikhail Tal was world champion for the shortest amount of time, I think, of any world champion. But how did Botvinnik train? For, what was one of the techniques that he used, Jovanka? It made me laugh.
He got his practice opponent to blow smoke in his face, and he had to play chess there. I also felt a bit sorry when I found out about how Mark Taimanov trained when he was going to be facing Bobby Fischer, because ironically enough, he was talking about he was quite old as well, and he had got a second set of wind in his sails. And basically, he trained by playing chess against 3 very strong grandmasters. They were allowed to use all the reference books. They were allowed to consult with each other. And anyhow, so he scored like 1.5 points to 2.5 against them. And so he was like, okay, I'm in good shape. He ended up losing 6-0 to Bobby Fischer.
Yeah, it's funny how these techniques in the old days, they've changed. I mean that Botvinnik story that I thought was crazy. So Botvinnik was playing Town. These were the days where you could smoke while you played chess, and I remember those days at chess clubs where you had all this smoke going around. And Botvinnik got his training partners when he was, you know, playing practice games to blow smoke in his face for hours on end, so he could get used to what it would be like to play Mikhail Tal. You know, you don't see that training technique anymore. Something that you think might improve your play, Jovanka, getting someone to blow smoke in your face while you play some training games?
No. But someone who is smoking hot though is Santiago. His position looks great against Smirin.
It certainly does.
It did look good, and then now I see that it's changed.
Well, I'm just going back just to show how we got there, and we had this kind of very tense position out of the opening where we had opposite side castling. We love opposite side castling. Smirin now brought his rook to the open file. White brings his pieces towards the centre, and now Smirin, maybe again the endurance was getting to him. He moved his knight to d4, which looks kind of okay, but it allows a rather basic tactic of bishop takes pawn, winning a pawn with check because you get the knight back. And after bishop b7, as has been played in the game,
I think he was counting on this not being possible because the rook takes knight.
right, let's go there. So in this position, yeah, maybe Smirin's tactical point was that he thought he can now play rook takes knight, and if the knight captures, you just win the rook. But because his king's been drawn out into the open, there's this intermezzo move with the white queen giving a check on one of these two squares, but at the same time guarding the rook, so you can win that one there with a winning position. And I would like to see, I don't know if we can get them on camera, but I wonder if he must have really dropped his facial, his confidence there. We have some more moves on the board, and this is the state of play. And it looks to me like white is just a pawn up at the moment. It's 2 games again. Let's remind everyone that. The time limit is quicker, 10 minutes each, so you can bounce back. But a very strong start from white in this game so far.
Definitely a strong start. I also have to mention here the kings are on opposite sides of the board. The clocks are under 5 minutes at the moment, so anything can still happen. And there we see Smirin intercepting that check with his queen. Shall we? There we can see the camera through the magic of technology. We can have a look at some of the players. Shall we move on to other games? Like one game that I'm kind of curious about how it's developing is the battle between Kozul and Sanal. Because again, we're talking about age and against youth, and Kozul, one of the most experienced players here in the World Cup. You know, he's been Croatian #1 for many years before losing that one to Ivan Saric.
Yep, and Kozul with the white pieces here, and we've seen, if you were watching our commentary yesterday, you might recall that amazing game where it looked to me like Sanal was gonna just go through to the next round, but he needed a draw, and he played like an absolute lunatic. He started sacrificing his pieces. He started going mental on the board when he needed a draw, and it looked like it might work out, but Kozul kept his cool and defended brilliantly. I mean, I think that just shows how experienced Kozul is and just what a fighter he is. And they've now come all the way to this position, and he's won twice on demand, and this is a point that Callum is making in the chat. Twice Kozul has fought back when he's needed to. The position on the board, Kozul with the white pieces, to my eyes, it just looks very good for white, and I'm saying that for a couple of reasons. Number one, the pawn on d5 is a major weakness, and we can aim to attack it. The pawn on a4, a major weakness, and in the long run, the c pawn, a great strength. So it looks very good for Kozul at the moment, right?
It looks fantastic for Kozul. I don't see actually how you're going to defend both those pawns, a4 and d5, and rook b8 played, and I'm just trying to calculate whether white can actually grab that pawn in the middle of the board, or whether he should grab the a4 pawn and allow some rook b1 checks.
Yeah, that's the only thing you might be a little bit careful of, but that probably doesn't even work. This seems like the more sensible move, doesn't it, Jovanka? Just keep it super safe, grab that pawn. If the queens come off, you're never going to lose. Black's bishop is a little bit sad because it has like the wall facing it. It can't get past this wall of pawns, and positionally speaking, black has just lost it. Completely lost, actually.
Completely busted. But, okay, one thing that speaks in his favour is the presence of his a4 pawn, and also, you know, the fact that Kozul doesn't have so much time, although 6.5 minutes is quite a lot, and it's more than under 2 minutes, but I just can't stress enough that in these very high pressure situations that you can see turnarounds happen, and bishop f1 being played.
Everything is against black though. Black is a pawn down. Black is faced with these runners. If this wasn't such a high-stake game, it was a classical game, you know what I'd do, Ivanka, don't you?
You'd fight on to the bitter end. 136 moves. That's the game for you, Simon.
I think you're thinking of the wrong person there. Try again. What would I do, Ivanka?
I don't believe that, Simon.
I would just resign.
I would just resign. Fighters.
I would be
no
like,
dinner
nah.
for you.
I'd be like, no, I've had enough. I'm just resigning it. I've had enough. If I had this position.
Okay, it's bad. No, I mean, I just want to say it is bad. Don't get me wrong. But with this time control, it is possible for people to get nervous, for people to get too excited and just make mistakes that they would never in a million years make.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true. And a lot of this tournament comes down to the side, comes down to who's mentally stronger and can keep their nerve the better. And we can see White playing very quickly here. Good technique, keeping the pressure on your opponent. You do have to watch out for this one, but you always have rookie one even. You don't even need to take that one. I mean, this would be the kind of last punt that I think Black could, try to set up with a couple of checks. You get the queen in. I don't even know. This is probably just not good enough anyway. But a safer way for White to play is just to even stop the queen coming in and put the rook there. So that doesn't work. If that doesn't work, what else can you do? White is getting ready to pick the... yeah.
Yeah, I mean, White is getting ready to do... One thing that I would suggest is, first of all, step the bishop back to f8. Now, this doesn't look like the most aggressive move, I'll give you that. But the whole idea is just to prevent d5. And, yes, you can go bishop c2, but I'm trying to pin some hopes on going h5, h4.
Wow, it's such an optimist, Ivanka. I mean, if you do get about, I don't know, 5 moves in a row without me playing anything, you might be all right. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, to be honest, if I was White here, I wouldn't have brought my bishop to d3. I was very happy with my bishop being in front of my king, where it defends everything. I don't think I need to go and bring it over here. That might give some, half opportunity. Let's see. So the queen came to d7, and White continues this one. I do like this next move. Look, if you're losing, the great thing about having a losing position is you should kind of stop caring. Any positional things that you're worried about. Oh, like if I play that attacking idea, I might weaken that square. It doesn't matter. Or another idea is like, oh, I'd love to bring my rook and swing it over, but if I do that, I might lose the open file. Who cares? You're losing anyway. When you're losing, nothing matters. f4. Just give up another pawn. You're already a couple of pawns down. What does another one matter? And that's the good thing, right, about having a losing position. You play a lot freer. You probably lose a lot quicker. White takes another one there. The bishop, it has a threat. White stops the threat. And obviously Black's still completely lost, so it hasn't really changed much, but worth a try.
Black is completely busted. But I do see some point in this whole thing. But my worry though is that the bishop on c2 might find itself a new diagonal to sit on. I'm thinking about the g2 square.
Yeah.
Okay, h4, a nice move. C space, give some air to the king.
Yeah, I like your idea of just putting the bishop back on g2 now. I think that's where the bishop belongs. I'm not sure what it's doing over here. It's kind of keeping an eye on that pawn, but this is all going Kozl's way so far. I think we should go over to another game. He's doing a great job, the older fighter here, of keeping in this match, and he's performing very well so far. So right, another game, and I'm just going to have a look now. It still seems like Smirin was in trouble there, so he won't go there. It's more of an ending, and I'll just see. We could flick in with this very closely contended match. Just have a glance between Dimitros and Felix, 2 grandmasters of over 2,500, similar kind of strength. Felix is a younger grandmaster, and we have a position here which seems reasonably even. Black's got the two bishops, but one of them is about to be captured, and White is trying some ideas over here. Actually, maybe not that even, because White can get a rook right into e7 now, Ivanka.
Yeah, that is something to smile about. I mean, who's is White to move, right? Rook e7, and then back that up with g4. Okay, so he's going for this idea. So he's using tactics to keep the pawn on g7 alive. His idea is after rook takes g7, you can retreat the bishop to e6, and oops, two pieces are attacked.
Yeah, and White's suddenly losing this position, because if you move the knight, you lose the rook. So you have to be a little bit careful, and that was the best place to put the king. Obviously, you can't take the knight because your rook drops. So instead, White has just slipped his rook over, trying to keep control of the open file. And now Black, if he finds the right move, is able to get counterplay. And simple plans at this time limit mean a lot. Look at the time that everyone's getting very short, and the simple plan would be get a pass pawn, queen the pass pawn. Just shove the d pawn as far as it can go. When you're short of time, don't try to be subtle. If you see a good plan, just play the good plan. And I think just d5 here.
It takes a lot of guts to do that, though, because I guess you're so focused on the direction of the king side, especially as for me, I was just looking at attacking the knight on f5, but moves like g6 will just drive the knight to h6, and then there's new target on h7. So I love your idea of just kind of blithely ignoring what White is planning to do and just going d5, d4.
Yeah,
and has he played it?
I don't think he's. No, he hasn't played it. I mean, if you play a move like d5, you've got to have a lot of confidence in your bishop as well to defend these squares later on. I mean, for example, if something like this happens, d4, if White thinks he's going to try to mate you, this bishop does a brilliant job of stopping a rook coming here or a rook coming here, and you can just keep throwing that down the board. And this also gives you chances to win the game as well with Black, right? If you use the d pawn, you're not just playing for two results, you're playing to win the game. He didn't do it though, Ivanka. He played bishop f7, which
that's very natural, I would say.
Very natural move, yeah. Very safe square. But now White comes the other way and tries to take over the 7th rank, and Black doesn't have that counterplay that he would have had by throwing d pawn down the board. So when I say you're playing for two results, in this type of position, if you're Black, you're not really looking at winning the game because you don't have any assets. You're looking at trying to hold the game, or you might lose. Had you got the pawn going, well, you open up the other result that if things go your way, you might just queen that pawn and win. So it's sometimes worth taking that risk. And now that bishop actually looks to be on a bad square, if anything, Ivanka.
I totally agree with you there. I was thinking that Black's plan was just simply to challenge the rook and move it to e8, try initiate a trade and lose the g7 pawn. But it seems like, okay, bishop g7, 6, awarded a question mark. Can White just simply just go knight takes pawn?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, this is a brilliant move. Absolutely brilliant move. We talked about that bishop defending these squares, stopping a rook coming, for example, to that square with check. So White moves the knight to the edge of the board, threatening to get rid of that brilliant defender. And Black got the right idea, Ivanka, but just got it a bit at a bad time. If the bishop was over here, this would be much better. Black's moved the bishop to a bad square. White playing fantastically at the moment, but look at the time as well. The time could be key here. Both under 30 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that White's plan is also quite straightforward. It's just to grab pawns, right? Grab the g7 pawn, give some checks to the king. The end.
Our only friend. The end. And
Richard
d4 though, it's getting interesting, right? It's getting interesting. And okay, after d4 we saw White grab that bishop, now give a check, because this forces the king, can't go there, that would be checkmate, to go to g8, and now White plays rook takes g7 check. How can that be a mistake, taking a pawn with check? The computer has gone bonkers. It's obviously the right move, don't trust your computer. And now how can that be a mistake, threatening checkmate? Why is that a mistake? Well, you know, there's no way that could be a mistake. King G8. The question remains though, black has managed to get the pawn to a good position. Is there any way white can win this, or does black have enough time to create this counterplay? White's obviously got a draw. Let's see. How do you win this as white? I can't see anything that clear.
Well, one thing that you can do is it's not daft to actually go after the g6 pawn, because there is like a nice maneuver where you check the king. If you can just visualize this, kind of run with me. If you can manage to go rook h8 check and swap off rooks and then get your rook to d7, that's often a nice drawing way of catching the pawn on d4. Alternatively, you can also use your king.
Do you mean go rook h8 here?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Rook h. This is what I wanted to do.
Rook h8 here. Yeah, that seems like a great move, Jovanka. Actually, you know, you're using a little tactic. Rook d7, not so. Okay, you are threatening rook here, checkmate. We were, well, Jovanka was thinking that you actually force the exchange of rooks by going check. You lose your rook, but you win this rook, but you get behind the pawn, and this should be a winning ending. White found another way of doing it with rook d7. The rooks have come off. The same idea. Maybe the black king is in a slightly better place here. And funnily enough, this gives, according to the computer, black some winning chances, because he can get his rook now to c4. But he's got some drawing chances, should I say, to get. He's only got 10 seconds left to find this idea, though. Okay,
yeah, he's going to find
it.
Rook c6, king moves to f1, bring the king to the action, and I guess the key move is just to go rook c4 and not to get tempted by going rook c2 or anything. It is all about holding, and there we see rook check and then rook c2.
Yes. It's obviously white who's trying to win this game, being a pawn up, but black, you know, rook endings very often draw. I feel has good drawing chances. He gave another check there. I don't know if he needed to do that because the white king was in a bad position. It might be time for black to start taking pawns. And the issue now is white is just threatening to win this one and then win this one, and that would be game over. Can black hold it together?
I'm just looking at the computer. This is black's saving attempt. It's just remarkable. The rook just completely changes direction and goes for this kingside pawns.
Okay.
And now you can go back to the
B1
plan. Yep.
So it might be inspired stuff from Felix here. Dimitros is playing very quickly. Obviously, rook b1 must be played, yeah, and he's getting a bit of counterplay. So White now has a big decision. Does he take the pawn or does he guard his pawn? And he's gone for the more dynamic option of keeping pawns on the board, really trying to win, because he, I guess, figures his rook can always come this way and try to win the pawn like that if he needs to. A big mistake there apparently. Rook b4 now, but when you've got no time on the clock, very hard to defend these positions.
I mean, I'm not even sure why that's such a big mistake. I guess we'll see the subtleties maybe later on.
I think it's because
F5 being played.
I think it's because the king, when you come and take this pawn, now has escape options. As in, rook takes. Okay, we're going to see it happen anyway. H4 played on the board, and there's also this plan of the king coming up the board at the right time, which could be an issue.
Yeah, that looks very dangerous.
So they're playing so quickly, it's quite hard to keep up with the moves, but here we go, more exchanges happening, and this is the basic way to do it, right? You're going to be 2 pawns up now. This g3 move was the key move, so that if you kept getting checked here, your king could come this way. So if you'd imagine in this position, if the pawn was on g2, black could be drawing, because you can never move your king forwards because black wins this pawn. And if you move it backwards, you lose this pawn. But with a pawn on g3, white is actually winning because white has created this square. And that means now you go 2 pawns up. And being 2 pawns up, well, okay, they do say it's kind of a matter of technique now. So this was a very clever idea, and white should certainly be winning this and should win this game now.
That was a really nice point there, Simon, about this very subtle move that you highlighted, g3. And king e8, very natural move. No, black had to be precise. Black had to anticipate the future. And talking about the future here, how is white going to win? Is it just a case of marching the pawn, a pawn, as far up the board as possible? Or does the king move to e3? You leave that pawn on a3 so that the rook on a2 can't give any side checks, and then you just kind of creep up with f3, king f4, see how far you go.
Idea. That seems like a really nice idea, Ivanka. I mean, there's probably 2 ways you can win this. And you can put the pawn maybe even all the way to a7. The first thing you can do, can you force the win by putting the pawn on a7? Because that's really forcing. But then you need to get past f pawn, which you probably can do. So what I mean is you put the pawn on a7, Ivanka, and then you arrange it so you go g4, and you take with the king, then you go h5, and then you get this technically winning position. This is all quite in depth though. This is like, you know, it's not that easy to win. But I liked your idea, Ivanka, of targeting g6 maybe. So you slowly go f3, then your king can come here, and you go after this pawn. But it might be instructive to actually see how white still converts this, because it's not so simple. If you know, the computer thinks white's completely winning, but it's not actually that straightforward. The other way, I guess, Ivanka, is you put your king on a7 in these positions. So there's a couple of ways you can do this if you know your rook and pawn endings. You don't push the pawn to a7, you leave that square for your king. That's also another common idea. So your king comes over, let's say to b3, and then the rook will try to be as annoying as possible. The king comes up here, and the reason you leave the pawn here is that when the black rook starts checking your king can escape from the checks on this square. And then when your king's defending the pawn, you can finally move your rook away, and you move your king away, and the pawn comes through. So it's still quite complicated though, right? Still not, you know, it's still quite sort of reasonably high level sort of winning techniques there.
Yeah, no, this is definitely complicated. I like the plan that you showed of just putting the king on a7. And one thing that I kind of noticed is that if the black king does find itself on h5 and is trying to get in, you know, he has to be careful that a7 might not be played, and then, you know, this king is vulnerable to those checks from behind. But we're going to see king moves to g7, rook goes to a2, and then this is the question, like, do you go f3? What's been played? And we see Master Vasilis, Grandmaster from Greece. He has now just under 45 seconds. He will be getting a 10-second increment per move though.
So I think this is where you can go king d3. The only thing you have to really work out as white here is, so can you give up one of the kingside pawns? So the winning idea, as we say, is to attack that rook, and the rook can't do 2 things. It can't stay on the pawn and cut the white king off. So the black rook normally has to come behind, and then you move your king to a7. So the only thing you have to work out when your king does this maneuver is, can you give the f3 pawn up? So that's what white has worked out. So he's brought his king over, and he's now calculating what happens if I gambit a pawn, but I now improve the placement of my rook, because I'm not tied down to this defense, because as soon as I move this rook, you can't take my pawn. So this, oh, hang on a minute. Oh no, I thought there's a rook c3 there. It's been a long day. There's not. So this is the other winning idea. Now your rook becomes better. The rule of thumb is, when you have a passed pawn and you're trying to win the position, where do you want your rook? The best place to have your rook is behind the passed pawn, so you can just shove it. The second best place to have your rook is next to the passed pawn, so one of these squares if you're white. The worst place to have your rook is in front of the pawn. So white is now maneuvering his rook most likely to a better square here in this position. So for example, this one. I mean, still some chances if black can. I don't know. I think in the chat, Lawrence Cooper was maybe suggesting black can now have a go for this pawn, and he probably should do. Probably should go for this one, but it looks a bit slow.
I think he has to do that. So rook b3 check. King is going to. Don't put whatever you do. Don't go king c5. That's the only thing I'm going to say.
Yeah, that actually is a bit of a blunder. But I think you can actually, talking about those principles we mentioned, where do you want your white rook? Ideally on these squares, and I think you can force that now by going king a4, which looks ridiculous. But the point is, with rook c3, you get your rook behind the passed pawn. And this is the ideal place for it. For example, now you just win. You know, this is where you want your rook always. So let's have a look. What did he play? And I think he did play that. These guys, they know their technique. He went rook a4, and now he went. Okay, he moved his rook to c6. Surprising. King h6, and he went king a5. Okay. I don't think he'd do it like this. Probably winning as well, yeah?
No, but it's a great idea, because the whole plan is basically that the king on h6 is going to be saddled to defend the g6 pawn. And there we see rook takes the pawn, and now I'm expecting your idea to be on the board. Rook c4.
Yeah.
And that's it. Bridge has been created, and this means that Dimitrios Vasilis, well, he has won the first game in the second tiebreak. And we've finished the first game. And Simon, you were showing the moves. But there we can see the players in Baku. They're getting ready for the second game of the second tiebreak. It's gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be tense. It's gonna be nervous as players once again fight to remain in this competition. Who will prevail? Who will get sent packing? Well, we'll find out after the break.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Sika Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, Fide World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
"309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushanina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
Hello, and we are back. It is tiebreak days for round 1, and we are now in the second game and the second set of tiebreaks. And it seems like, Simon, that tiredness is perhaps creeping in because of the 9 tiebreak matches remaining. We had 7 decisive starts. That was very impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. I mean, tiredness is definitely going to play a part. I mean, it's not just the tiredness you'll get from concentrating for such long periods, but it's also the stress, right? The mental tiredness that's creeping up on the players. And as we mentioned before, chess is a really unforgiving game. I mean, this is why lots of people like it so much. I mean, it's a game where you can only blame yourself. Everything is on you, and it's very unique in that way, that you make the smallest mistakes, you go home. And it's these tense periods which I think are unique really to chess, Jovanka. But this could be it. A lot of people have to fight back.
I know. There are 7 players that need to make that comeback win, and they are playing at a time control of 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. So time has been slashed. There is, however, a third tiebreak if the match is tied after the second set, and that's simply that time gets slashed again, and they play at a time control of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. Well, if they get that far, well, we'll see what happens, because this is the second game in the second set of tiebreaks. You have to remember, these players have been playing now for 4 hours on the trot, and it's been high stakes, high intensity chess. And there we can see on the camera the players are just blitzing out their opening moves.
Yeah, you've got to try to use the clock to your advantage here, no doubt about it. And you might as well play the opening quickly, save as much time as you can. At the moment, it's 10 minutes each, plus 10 seconds a move, which we're seeing. And the playing hall is getting drier and drier of players. I thought we'd just start with a game between 2 players that we haven't looked at so far today, and that is Zhu and Aydin. And this one, starting with an opening, I really quite like playing with white myself, and it's I call it the modern Reti, this kind of setup, Jovanka, and it looks quite harmless, the setup that white's playing, but in actual fact, once you move your queen to this square, you have some very aggressive ideas. You can go for ideas of knight g5, attacking there, or you can go for ideas of g4 and attacking there. So let's just see if white goes for the aggressive setup. If white doesn't go for the aggressive setup, we're moving to another game. We're moving to another game. We're gone. Nope, he's blocked his bishop in. Hate it. Don't like it at all. I mean, my point is, in this position, there are a number of ways you can play, but Queen C2 is the most fun way, but there's a lot at stake. It might not be everyone's style, and the point being, after something like this, well, Bishop E... I mean, the club player's guide is H4 and Knight G5. That's what I do, but maybe this is not for this level. I love the way the valuation bar tells me to go away. This is actually a recommended move I have in one of my chessball courses with G4, Rook G1 and G4 to follow. It's a lot of fun. I studied this a lot with Richard Palliser. But this didn't happen, Jovanka. It did go pawn takes pawn and d4, and I'm like falling asleep in this one already. So do you want to stick with it or find another game?
No, we'll find another game, but I just kind of want to mention that you happen to chance upon two players who actually drew their game in the first.
I think they've drawn every game so far, haven't they? I think these two players, because they're playing such exciting chess, they've drawn every game so far.
They're playing very precise chess. But, you know, the thing is, though, when you start playing and the clock gets, the time gets less and less, you don't really want to be taking risks, because one mistake and that's it. You're falling off the precipice. You are going home. There's no way out of this. So there we see White just going for a safety first, but at the same time just nurturing a very small advantage. Can't go wrong with that. So let's go and check out some other game. So someone that I'm really keen to look at is Berkic against Matamoros. Now I say this because it was Matamoros with the black pieces, with Hikaru Khan, that won the first game in the second tie breaks. How is it looking for Matamoros?
Well, let's go from the start. So this is one of those strange situations where black needs to win the game, and it's very difficult for a lot of players, I think, to adjust that style, because a lot of players, their repertoire is like try to win with white but be very solid with black. I don't know if that's the case here for the player of the black pieces, but he does pick a good decision in my eyes against the English. He plays bishop e7. You might be thinking, what is that? And after knight c3, he plays the Dutch. Good boy. And I like it. If you need to win, you throw in the Dutch. The only way of doing it. And after knight to f3, which has been recommended in a lot of places, but it's kind of asking for this pawn to push. And I realise why white does this, because if white plays normal developing moves, like bishop g2, black kind of gets a very nice setup. And what I mean by that is if white doesn't put the knight here, and this happens quite often. I say a very nice setup. It's probably a standard setup, but it's what you know, when you now stop e4, you can. This happens so many times, and the standard plan of checkmate is to swing the queen over here and play f4. I've won so many games like that in my life. So knight f3 is interesting, and I think this is one of the better ways to approach this early e5 and f5, because you want to disturb things by going d4. You don't want black to settle into his normal opening. And after d6, d4, good move. And now black has this issue, what to do with this pawn. And e4 seems natural, but you lose a lot of the kind of energy that you might have with the pawns being next to each other by playing that move, because you often want to play f4 later on. You can't do that after you play this e4 move, but you gain tempo. But what is this knight h4 offering a pawn?
I was going to say, exactly, and like my eyes light up and I'm like, what? 1 point for free? Yeah. Why is Berkic not just snapping that knight off the board and taking the pawn?
Wow, what an idea, Jovanka. And this isn't a game which Matamoros only needs to draw, and he's offering a pawn, and we must look at what happens if black grabs this one. So if black grabs the pawn here, what is white's idea? And I think we can see it, Jovanka, with the move rook g1. You get this open file, you get ideas of the bishop coming in, you get ideas of the knight coming in, and it's a gambit, right? It's a pure gambit. You're the pawn grabber, Jovanka. Would you have grabbed this one in a game that you need to win? Would you have just gone, right, I'm just taking that pawn?
I would grab that pawn, and I would probably live to regret it, and then I would dash back with a queen to e7 as quickly as my legs could carry me. Just go there and go to live on f7 and just say,
back we come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm a pawn up.
Okay. I mean, this is probably some kind of theory, but I think that Matamoros he's playing very inventive and showing no fear. Now black decides, I'm not going to grab that pawn. I don't like it. I'm going c6, which is a normal move, and I love this knight. The knight's on an adventure, but it's heading for the ideal square, which is f4. That is an outpost, and this, I have to say, I'm not sure I like Black's next move, because this is a reverse French, and you kind of want to wait until this knight moves it until you play the next move, because after this one, White is now.
F4?
Well,
no, yeah.
He's able to get rid of the bishop, right?
G5. Yes.
And this is something that normally helps White to do. I mean, if Black had waited one move, let's just say, I don't know, maybe there's not a good waiting move here, but let's say you play a6, you kind of want to wait until this knight comes here and go there, because at some point you hope White goes to e3 and he kills his bishop. So that's the more sort of, I don't know, positional way of playing. After knight f6, White is able to get rid of this bad bishop. And let's see, we'll get up to date with the game. Castles, e3. Look at the difference. The bishop is outside of the pawns. Here it would be stuck in a tomb. It'd be stuck in that tomb behind there. Now it's free. Freedom is what that bishop is shouting. And
well, it's kind of saying, I'm going to exchange myself for the knight, right?
it is, yeah. It's basically saying, like in Braveheart, rather than freedom, it's like, I will kill myself for the cause. I don't mind. So it's kind of the Braveheart bishop, right? It is. It's going to exchange itself off.
Braveheart bishop. That's
Braveheart
going
bishop.
in my vocab. Okay, so knight f4. No, this looks like a really nice position for White. The position is closed. Matamoros, we saw him just essay out the Caro-Kann just now with success. He does like closed positions. And like I say, a lot of the top South American grandmasters have a very natural, they're not necessarily the most theoretical players, but they're so quick, they're so intuitive.
Yeah. Saying that though, the position is alive. I agree with you, and again, I'm probably biased because I've played this sort of similar idea, and when you've played a similar idea, you get biased towards it with the white pieces. Obviously, I play the Dutch, but I really try to avoid move. Personally, I always try to avoid playing this move when I'm black. So, being biased, I kind of like White's position, but it should, in reality, not be that bad at all for black. Black is, why should black be worse here as well? There's still a lot of play here.
But remember, black is in a must-win situation, so that adds a little bit of spice to the position. And okay, so we will keep our eyes on this one where we can. Yeah. Shall we move on to another one?
Yeah. Where should we go? Where should we go?
Well, let's have a look at, again, another experienced player, Kozul, who beat Sanal just now. Will he repeat that success?
Right, so all black needs from this game is a draw. And of course, when you only need a draw, you play the open Sicilian and you play a very sharp line offering many tactical possibilities. But this is the way Kozul plays. He's one of the world's leading experts in this setup, the classical Sicilian. He's played it throughout his life. I've analysed his games trying to learn it myself, and he really knows this stuff on the black side of this. But it's risky because you have to castle on the opposite side to your opponent, and it just shows how brave he is, right? You need a draw and you play this ridiculously sharp stuff. White's using the H-pawn. And
yeah, I'm kind of curious as to how black is going to handle this. Oh, the pawn gets up to the 6th row. Looks scary already.
And we're annoyed the computer evaluation for the time being, but the computer really, well, I say we ignore it, then I was about to talk about it, so I'm not really ignoring it. I'll ignore it in a minute after I say the computer loves White's position, but we know the computer loves shoving Harry as far as he can up the board, right? I mean, the computers just love this H-pawn push. It's amazing how much they suggest it.
That's actually a really good point, because I remember when I was analysing loads of Caro-Kann positions in the main line, and It was really bizarre, you know. I get the black pawn up to a3, and the position and the computer would be like, "Oh my god, black is so much better." And then I was like, "But you know, look, the black king is in danger there on the king side." And I was like, "No, it's fine. Look at that pawn on a3," and you can see that is the same thing is happening here. White has got a great pawn on h6.
Yeah.
And but I'll have to say, I'm going to agree with the computer. It looks good. You know,
it does look good.
Black's going to be worried about all the dark squares for a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, but it is also kind of bizarre how the computer loves getting the pawn to this square so much. It's like I've programmed the computer, you know. It's like I've said, if you get the pawn to h6, you're basically winning. Just trick the chess world and put like a +1 on the end of whatever evaluation it is, because it's a new finding in chess. This is something in the last 10 years which has really transformed some variations of chess, that because the computer loves this setup so much with ideas, you know, always hassling the black king, top players have started to do it. And this is exactly what white is doing here. White is harassing the black king by shoving that pawn there, always creating some threats. And we do like white. How bad is this for black? Is black just going to get blown away with some f5 attack here?
As a non-Sicilian player, it looks bad. f5 is coming to blow things apart. I mean, I guess f5 isn't possible just now because you can just simply recapture with the pawn. But I don't see what black's plan is, you know, because usually in these open Sicilians, you know, black has already got b5 in, there's some b4 happening, the black queen is sniffing around on a5 and pieces are rocking around the white king. Here, nothing of that sort. It just seems to me that it is black just simply withstanding white's attack, and that's not good news.
Yeah, very good point. In these Sicilians, it's often a race, right, Ivanka, and you often just ask yourself who's ahead in the race, and the white king has no hint of danger around it. But the black king, the storm clouds are gathering, not just the h-pawn, but it's this break f5, which will be, I think, the key break white can play in this position. I mean, what should black do? I mean, black has two main ideas in these Sicilians. One is to start this attack, which looks so slow now. The other idea is e5. You can play this move, and I kind of think if I was black here, I might just do this to try and get a grip here. But the problem with that, the reason black often plays this is to exchange these pawns off. Let's just put that on the board. And then to get a knight to e5. Yeah, this is the typical standard Sicilian idea, because that knight there can remain there forever and it attacks and defends. But the knight is very badly placed on e8. It's going to take ages to get to e5, and that means this maybe typical break e5 is not as strong as it normally is, Ivanka, in this position.
Yeah, but if you're not going e5 and just getting a square, okay, we see e5 being played, and Kojo, we have to respect his ideas because he, as you mentioned, is one of the world's experts on the classical Sicilian, and he is following my rule, which is basically when your king is in danger, trade queens.
I like that rule, and it is this square, a key square in the Sicilians, that the e5 move gives you. And if you can't get a knight there, follow Ivanka's rule, try to get the queens off. And black would love it if white had exchanged queens there. His king becomes safer, so white wisely keeps the queens on the board. And I think the only question white's got to answer now to keep some initiative is, how do you remove that strong piece? I mean, you need to attack that queen, I would feel, to progress. You might better get some play on the f-file, but if I was white, I'd really want to get rid of that queen somehow, and I can't see how you do that. So it might not be so bad for black, this position.
I don't think it is that bad for black, but bishop, I guess, could go to c4, and you know, maybe you could sacrifice something, or put the bishop on d5, and then just say, you know what, I've got lovely control. Actually, one move that I will suggest for white, although it's very slow, but it's a good safety move. It's put the king on b1 first. Get the king out of harm's way, and then you can begin your active operations. I've fallen for this many times. I've just gotten so eager, just gotten my attack going, and I've forgotten about king safety.
Yeah, agreed. It's a good idea, and I loved your bishop c. Well, okay, they're following your idea. After queen f2, look at this. Bishop c4, you're suggesting brilliant idea. Not just attacking, but trying to take control of an outpost. This would be a nice positional plan because you want to get control of that square. So black realises, oh, bishop c4 is scary, so black plays b5. Okay, it says it's a mistake, but I don't believe that. It looks like a normal move. I mean, what can be wrong with this idea? I can't see anything wrong with it. And now they're following your idea. King b1. Jovanka, you should play the Sicilian boar. You're a natural Sicilian player. Give up that rubbish Caro-Kann opening. I'm going to get in trouble now. Don't kill me. Give it up and play the Sicilian.
You're skating on thin ice there, Simon. Never suggest that. You can say, why not have it as a second opening? Then I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just messing with you, Simon. Maybe one day, if you teach me a Sicilian, I will go for it, I promise.
Well, I wouldn't do that. You don't want to play any of the Sicilians I play. I always get completely destroyed when I play the Sicilians. You don't like. I play the Dragadorf, which is, let's just say, risky is the right word. The dragon is risky in general, I think.
Well, we can also say that Coswell's position is risky for him. He is skirting on the edge. White does have a big advantage there. So shall we move on to, again, there are a lot of decisive results in the first game of the second set of tie breaks, but maybe we can revisit Master Vasilis against Blauberger. And Master Vasilis, of course, won in that very instructive rook and pawn ending. How is it looking for Blauberger? Now these two have established a unique pattern that white always wins. But here I see the evaluation bar is firmly in the middle.
It is, yeah. Firmly in the middle. And white's won every game, right, so far. Every single game in this match. So the evaluation bar is in the middle, and I believe it's in the middle because it's dead symmetrical position. The only difference in pieces is that black's got two bishops against the two knights, and I'd imagine the knights might be slightly better, right? Because it's a closed position, but it looks very even to me, yeah? This is going to be hard for Felix to win this position, right? I guess.
Yeah, it looks very even, you know, the pawn structure, as you mentioned, symmetrical, the pieces, under there we see a set of rook trades. Yeah, well, we'll let this one brew a little bit more, because you see the players are hovering around the 4.5 minute mark to the 4 minute mark, so excitement will happen, because bear in mind Felix is in a must-win situation. Maybe we can revisit some of the other games. Maybe we can go and see Avila against Smirin. Smirin with the white pieces is also in a must-win situation.
Yes, Smirin with the white pieces has a big time advantage here. That's going to help a lot, I feel, in these games where the pressure is rising, because obviously if you're black here and you know you need a draw, it's playing on your mind, and it's quite a tactical position, I feel. Smirin just pushing on with the A pawn. The computer really likes his structure as well, and black might be relying on some tactical idea against the white king, but I don't know. Two bishops are looking good, pressure against b6, time advantage. It looks to be a case that Smirin has everything he wants here, and also this big problem with d6 as well. This knight could come around and threaten that pawn at the same time, right? So looking good for
knight
white.
f5 move. Yeah, because also knight f5 like kills the black queen. Well, at least it makes her life a little bit unpleasant. So looking good for Smirin, and maybe we can go on to a game that we haven't actually seen before. Jam, Jumabayev against Paikitsa, and in the first round encounter in the second set of tie breaks, Jumabayev won. So Paikitsa is in a must-win situation again.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. And okay, I will do it the old-fashioned way, and I'll have to go all the way up and search for it. Right, so Luca has to win this one. Is that
Yep.
White has to win, right? Okay.
White has to win.
Let's do it.
Oh, and I can just see the evaluation bar is telling us that White's position is not winning.
No. Again, quite a mess of the position, but Black's pieces look really good, don't they, Ivanka? I mean, you've got the bishops striking across the board. This knight is actually on the edge of the board, but it's quite a nice outpost, and it can come back in. Black's rook's looking good, and these pawns can be a bit threatening towards Black if they keep going forwards, but White's pawns are targets as well. So Black seems to be holding things together here very well at the moment, right? This knight coming back into play now, and looking good for
it
Black
is
here.
It is looking good for Jumabayev, from Grandmaster from Kazakhstan. Also, in terms of the clock situation, he has just under 3.5 minutes, whereas Paikitsa has under 1 minute and 40 seconds. And there we can see Rook A2. It doesn't say much for your winning chances if you have to make defensive moves like that. And okay, one other game in the open section is Acosta against Purin. Now, Kasper Purin is a fantastic problemist. He solves chess problems. I think he's even been world champion, although I'm going to be British about this and say don't quote me on that.
He has.
I played,
You're right. You are right. Yeah. He's Kasper was playing in Gibraltar a couple of times when we were commentating there, Ivanka, and I think he's been now at least 3 times problem-solving world chess champion. I'm going to guess that. So the player of the white pieces here, Kasper Purin, he's a very good player in his own right. Obviously, 2600 player, but he, I believe, it prefers this problem-solving chess. In England, we've got John Nunn, right, who's a problem-solving legend and chess legend, but he should be good at tactics.
Yeah, he should be good. He is very good at tactics, and he will have to use all his problem-solving skills to get out of this position, because Pablo Acosta is winning. I mean, just take a look at how many pawns up he is. He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 pawns up, and all Black has to do is just take some care about the F7 pawn and the E6 pawn. And there we see Kasper. He is banking on getting some compensation in the form of 2 pawns on the queen side. So it's still quite messy.
It is a little bit messy, but with careful play, Black should definitely be winning this one. I'm just wondering, I mean, the great thing about these tournaments as well, one of the great things is that a lot of the players, for me, I haven't heard of them before. I mean, there's so many fantastic players around, and Costa, I'm assuming he's a young player. I mean, I say only, but compared to a lot of the players here, he's only 24.85. Is he a young player? I guess he is, and he's really dominating here. It's a weird position. Often having the extra pawns doesn't count for much when you're in a race situation, but this rook, for example, so well placed, it stops the king advancing. I quite like the knight here. The knight has great ways in, and these pawns not very mobile, because the Black's rook is not just cutting off the king, but it's behind the pawns, so you can't move them easily because the rook controls them. This is definitely a winning position for Black, there's no doubt about it, but there's more chances than the evaluation bar gives, is the one hope for fans of Kasper. There's definitely more chances because you do have 2 connected pass pawns. It's not as bleak maybe as -5, right? I wouldn't say that black's a rook up in this position, for sure.
No, I wouldn't say that either. But then, on the other hand, when you kind of dig deeper into the position, you do see that the bishop on c4 really wants to be on the long diagonal, but it can't get there because it's forced to defend the b3 pawn. And this slows white down, and that's why you see Kasper playing rook a7 with the idea of threatening bishop takes pawn. Black should no way allow bishop takes e6, because then he would get a very crucial square, the d5 square.
Yeah, maybe just something like king to f6 to get out of the pin would make sense here. And you know, black's very simple plan is push that pawn, queen to pawn.
Yeah.
And he has played king f6. You always want to bring your king towards the center as well. Another issue, I guess, is that black could even, you know, centralize the knight or try to exchange the knight off for the bishop. I feel white has got to try and just cause havoc with the a pawn and also push that rook away from its position, the black rook away from its position of getting behind those pawns. That's the only kind of plan I can see that white can try here. But while you're doing that, black's just going to go bang, 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 queen. So maybe it is as bad as it looks here. Need a miracle here, does Kasper. He's going to be very upset getting knocked out of this competition because he's a real talent. Anyone who's problem-solving world champion will have a great vision for spectacular ideas, but he needs a miracle here to survive.
He does need a miracle. And yeah, as Simon says, if he loses this game, we will say goodbye to him, and it will be Pablo Acosta who moves on to the second round. And we'll find out whether Harry was indeed unstoppable. And whoa, can we go back to that position? That looked quite interesting. The game between Matamoros against Bercic, and I'm seeing the clock times that Matamoros is going down to 11 seconds. Simon, please, just give us the live game. What is happening? It's going down. The clock is just racing down, and I'm seeing that the evaluation bar is heavily on black's favour.
It is, and no matter what I was saying about white's play being really, really good and being a bit biased, black has fought so well here, and it looks now like black is going to make it in. Well, he's going to come back, and there's going to be another game. It's going to go to the blitz section because white is going to lose the knight on f3, and in the end, white decides to lose on time. I think there is a hopeless situation, and maybe we should just see what happened very quickly here, because we had a position like this, Jovanka, which we thought was absolutely fine for white. We kind of liked white's position. But obviously from this moment in, black must have played brilliantly. Black maneuvers the bishop to a better square. And now black plays a great move before white can advance. He takes that square on b4. White only needing a draw, lashes out with g4. That is risky stuff. Very brave play. And it might backfire. Black grabs that pawn. We have some tactics now, with white gaining a central pawn, but opening lines. h6. Apparently not a great move, but it looks okay. And in this position, wow, white misses his chance here. White goes back to g3, which looks so normal. Those white knights look good on that square, but it was a great move here. Anyone in the chat want to, or Jovanka, can you spot a great move from white here? And it's the kind of move which, when you only need a draw, you're like, I'm not playing that move, right? I'm not playing that move. But there is...
I would play. I would just line up the knight, the rook, the queen, and just use the geometry and put my knight on g5.
Oh yeah, in we go. Brilliant move, Jovanka. And but you have to be willing to work out here what happens if you sacrifice the piece. And actually, black should take the piece now when there's a big threat of the queen coming in, and it becomes chaotic after g6, knight takes g6. But white should have played like this way. White would have got the initiative and most likely would have gone through to the next round, but knight g3 played instead, and still an okay position for white. but now it starts to go wrong. Those knights, they're not really going anywhere, and if anything, it opens up the white king too much. Black hitting on both sides of the board. Brilliant play from black here. And this is a great move, opening up the position more and more, or creating a good pawn. And you can see that black's pressure is increasing. White has a weak king and weaknesses on the queen side. And the game ends like that. So, yeah, big stuff happening there. Well done to everyone who spotted knight g5.
He survives for another set of tie breaks. And let's dive in, because I can see on the player camera that a lot of games are still going on and that they are now on their final seconds. So where should we go to? Should we go to Kozul again?
Let's do it, yeah. It seems like everyone has pretty much leveled the score, Ivanka, right? Out of all the games going on, who needed to win, it seems like nearly everyone has fought back. What's happened here?
Well, what's happened here? No,
Okay.
You can't have played that. That must have been a mistake in the
let's have a look.
translation.
White needed to win this game, and it looked like White was doing a pretty good job here. The queen comes in, ideas of a big check. Kozul's such a brave player. Queen h4, and, well, he didn't play that move, did he? There's no way. I think it would have been queen takes pawn here, right?
Queen takes pawn, yeah.
Let's not believe the live boards here. This looks much more natural. Still a bit of a mess, but obviously White's doing well here, right?
Yeah. Well, White is certainly doing well, but I agree with you. It's still messy, and it's all about whether the players will be able to maintain the tension and hold their nerve. And then you can see the players in the camera playing quickly. So we're expecting queen takes pawn. The rook will move, and something will happen. So maybe because we don't have an accurate transmission there, maybe we can move to another game. So let's have a look at Master Vasilis against Blauberger.
Yeah, let's do it.
And Blauberger was in a must-win situation.
So one thing we do know is that we're going to get another round of tie breaks, and as we said, every round we get, the time goes down and down. It ticks down, so they have less and less time. And this is a situation where Felix, with the white pieces, needs to win, and it didn't look like it was going his way. And now Black penetrates into the position with Queen D1, and the simple idea is to get the Queen and Bishop lined up on this diagonal and try to get the Queen to come round and cause problems. And this is bad news for Felix, Ivanka.
It looks like it's bad news, because that plan is unstoppable, and also you can bully White with the fact that the best moves might be just to go in for those drawing lines, but White can't do that. And there you see Queen to B2 and given a question mark. And I also have some news that Pauline Guichard is through to the next stage. She beat Serik Bey, a very talented player from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and I think that means that the women's section is actually over now. There's no more time breaks, and that was the only game going on there, hence why we're concentrating on. And
I can see in the background that Kozul has finished.
It has. What happened there? What happened in the Kozul game? Who's the body language expert on this game? And what it was?
It looked like Kozul's opponent Sanel was breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think Kozul lost apparently, so that means there's another playoff. Oh my words, they're going to be so tired now. Kozul gets up there, and a relief for his opponent. Like I said, everyone who needed to get a result seems to be getting a result. It's phenomenal.
Let's have a look at the game between Jumbayev against Paikitsa. And in that game, Jumbayev, he won the first game, and now Paikitsa has to win this game with the white pieces. is it possible? To me, it doesn't look like it.
It looks very unlikely, but we were talking about these endings before. The one thing in White's favour, and it's only one thing, is that the pawn and the rook are in the perfect position, right? White's got the rook behind the passed pawn. But on its own, that's not going to be enough because Black has these big assets of the pawns coming through the middle, and we're seeing the moves very quickly here. And these pawns should make up for the fact that these guys are in the right position there. So I think it should be alright. There's a little bit of danger. If the white king ever gets here, it's dangerous, but that should never, ever happen, right? Never happen. So I think Black is reasonably safe here.
Yeah. And I do have some news. So Peralta is out and Nestorov is into the second round. And we did see Puron in a losing position. Of course, he is one of the world's best problem solvers. Unfortunately, his problem solving skills could not help him. And it was the Argentinian Acosta, international master, who advanced to the second stage.
Yeah, and we're also hearing that Smirin might have hit back as well, even though his position was really bad. Is that right? I mean, this position, I think Black is pretty safe here. So, we have many more exchanges there. And, yeah, this is obviously now a draw. Only one pawn each. Black still got slightly worse of it because the Black king is in the wrong place. It's cut off from its remaining pawns, but it shouldn't matter so much here. There's many ways Black can try to draw, and the easiest way is to use your rook to offer an exchange of pawns at the right moment and then bring your king across. Then you do it on the next file and the next file. Saying that, okay, what other game was I going to look at? I wanted to have a look at this game that Smirin got back into, but I'll just see if I can find it and just make sure that result is confirmed, and it is actually. So somehow in this, okay, or is this an earlier one? I'm getting confused now. Okay, we'll leave that one, but Smirin has forced another playoff there in
Wow.
that game, so it's still going on. Is there 2 games going on, Jovanka? That's what it looks like still in this part of the playoffs. This one being one, this ending. And yeah, it should be a draw. I think I'd play Rook D7 here. I mean, what about you, Jovanka? Rook D7 should be safe enough, shouldn't it?
Rook D7 was played. I mean, unfortunately, you know, White is in a must-win situation, so they have to keep trying because otherwise they're on that plane back, and it's a difficult thing to accept. All your hopes, your dreams, they will have to wait for another 2 years. And there we see King coming to G5, but this, unfortunately for Paketsa, is an elementary draw.
Yeah.
Even if that pawn on H7 weren't in existence, it will still be a draw.
Yeah. And the best way to do this, try to activate your rook, and Black's done exactly that with ideas the rook coming over, checking the king away, and barring any disaster here, it will be Luca going home with the white pieces. So not really much you can do as white here, as Jovanka said. Even without this pawn on the board, it's quite an elementary draw because the king is too near the white pawn, and there's many ways that Black can draw that. So and okay, you've got to try everything. Nothing to give there.
And do we have a result in the Master Vasilis Blauberger game?
I'm just trying to find that.
It looked very good for Master Vasilis with the black pieces.
That might mean that this ending is the only game still going on in this round, and we will be getting more tie breaks. Just going to try to confirm that if that game was finished or not. And
yeah, we do see a result there. It did finish in a draw, which means it is Jumbayev who progresses to the next round, and we say goodbye to Kasper Puron. It does look like there's one game in operation.
This was this rook and pawn ending, I think. So I'm just going to quickly search, see if we did have a result on that other one. Yeah, okay, Felix is out, and the way the game ended there, well, we saw that these bishops and queens started to take over the position. And we can have a look at the last couple of moves there. And
Simon,
work. Yeah.
we will find out who made it through into the next stage, round 2, and who is lined up for a Blitz playoff. We will find out in just a few minutes as we take a short break.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape. Wow, that's great. What are you doing? Mostly like rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing. Don't look it up.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players.
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yeah. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy. Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm going to give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did. You get $50, dude. Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
And welcome back. And we started the day with 33 tie breaks. We've now whittled down to 5 tie breaks remaining, and we are now in the blitz portion. Things are going to get fast, they're going to get furious, they're going to get intense. 5 matches remaining, 10 players battling it out to find out who will progress to the second round. And one thing that we can say is that the women's section has now been completed. We do know who exactly has progressed to round 2 after Pauline Guichard beat her young opponent. And Simon, are you stocked up? Are you ready for what is about to happen? Because we are taking on tiebreak 3, which means it's a best of 2 blitz games at the time control of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds per move. And if the match is tied after these 2 games, we're going to move on to tiebreak 4, which is just 1 blitz game, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And the players will keep on playing, swapping colours until there is a decisive result.
Yeah, I'm ready. I got caught out there having a little snack. Got to keep our energy levels up, and I expect the players have got to do the same as well, because it is exhausting. I mean, you know, the people playing in this competition, they must be so tired by now. They've played loads of games already, 4 games of high intensity chess, and the time's getting shorter. So the opportunity of making a blunder is much higher now. You know, with blitz chess. I mean, I'm always dropping pieces in blitz chess, and it seems like it could just be coming down to who can hold their nerve the better. We can see on the camera there a lot of arbiters making sure nothing bad happens, and it's yeah, I mean, what do we think of the pairings then so far? So we've still, I mean, got matches where you just can't find a difference in the players, right? I mean, where should we start, Ivanka? I don't even know now. I'm losing my mind. I'm gonna have another snack.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing to have a snack. And there we can see in the camera that Ilyas Mirin, Grandmaster from Israel, very experienced Grandmaster, he is facing off against young Avila, Santiago Avila. And whilst the camera moves around and takes us on a magical tour, we are also looking at more arbiters discussing perhaps one is being reprimanded. Who knows?
Arbiters have got to discuss. I mean, you know, I don't really think it's arbiters. They just remind me too much of teachers, and I never always had a great relationship with all my teachers. Just to let you in on a little secret there, but of course they do a very important job, and we love them really. But what game should we concentrate on? Because obviously now with this blitz limit, it's going to be so quick. I mean, I would say we should go with Kozul versus Sanal, because that match so far has been one we've been covering in great detail, and the chess has been very exciting. Both of these players have been giving it their all with some great tactical play. So maybe we can start there, and let's remember with this tiebreak, it's 2 games, isn't it, Ivanka?
It is 2 games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, and remember, if the match is still even after these 2 blitz games, well then we are going to go on to the infinite game, where the players will play and carry on playing at a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds until there is a decisive result. This kind of feels like the golden goal in football. And not 5 as I announced, but 4 matches are remaining, and here we'll soon be able to see who is playing. And there we can see in the corner we have Aydin Simalmo against Zhu Jingyun, and these are the 2 that haven't won a game, right? It's just been draws between them. And then we've had the roller coaster rides that have been between Burkic and Matamoros, and then we have Sanal, Kozul, both players like needing to win on demand, managing it, and Smirin against Avila. And oh, the players, they're off already. Look at that. And there we see that Kozul, he is a man of his beliefs. He's sticking to the same system, but where is his improvement?
That's right, because his position did seem quite dodgy in the last game, so we'll just stick with the opening part of this, and we'll try to jump around a little bit with the games. But Kozul has been playing, like I said, this opening all of his life, but this idea that Sanel had of pushing the pawn, there is his suggested improvement. In the last game, after h5, Kozul allowed the h-pawn to get all the way to h6, so now he's played another very brave move, h6, and I say that's a brave move because can the bishop take that pawn? And this must be the move now that White is thinking of, you know, opening up the king, maybe trying to get a rook around as well, and it looks scary, but he's obviously you got to be very brave in these situations. And he's obviously worked out if something like this did happen, he could defend with a move like knight h7 when the bishop has some good squares it can move to. So h6, this is the improvement on the last game, Ivanka.
Yeah, but I'm nervous, Simon, for Kozul, because one of the things that I'm doing is I'm kind of looking at my pattern recognition, and in the Caracal main line, White gets a really dangerous attack because Black has played h6, and here he's done it voluntarily, and I'm really worried about like moves like bishop e2, move the king to b1, and then here comes the killer. Put it on the board, Simon. G2, G4, G5. Open up the H line.
Love it.
And
yeah.
We'll all be merry and bright.
I mean, I love the idea, Ivanka, and a move like this is your classical hook, right? Often when you're attacking, you need to have something to like bite on. You need to have a weakness to try to connect onto, to latch onto, and in this position it is the h6 pawn, and White's idea will be to do this. But the thing I like about Black's play in this game, Ivanka, is that at least Black's getting counterplay now. Already White's played a bit of a negative move, moving the knight backwards, and it's not going to be one-way traffic, right? It takes a while for this move to be played because f3 is weak. If you played it straight away, then Black would take on f3. And on the other hand, look, Black's got the a-pawn. That can be a little way to force through a hook. And a typical plan of knight c4. I mean, knight c4 here, that's so tempting. Attack the queen. This is the ideal square for the Black knight. I'm liking Black's position, Ivanka. I think Black has some great chances here to get the first attack in this game.
Right. Knight e2 seems to be very odd, I have to say. And knight c4 does appear on the board, and the queen puts herself on c1. Ooh. And I'm saying ooh, because not only the evaluation bar is going down in favour of Black, but also because you're never going to launch an attack with the queen sitting there.
It's a rather sad queen, isn't it? I mean, when you're playing aggressive chess, you don't want to put your queen on such a passive square. And what's happened now? So the bishop comes to g3. Black just puts his pieces on great squares, and the bishop is trying to line up an idea with g4, g5. This is the one idea that White has to try and get through to the Black king. But it is often who strikes first. And as well as the idea of a5, a4, which is a great way to start building that attack, take it to the next level, you have the d5 break in a lot of positions. This move I like, though. This is what Kozul has played. I've seen him win so many games just by forcing the White king to expose itself, and you should never expose yourself if you're a king. You'll get in trouble. Just imagine Charles doing that. It'd be front page news all around the world. And but he might have to expose himself here, that White king, I'm afraid.
But it's good life advice, right? Just don't
expose yourself. I guess so, Ivanka. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there. Just don't expose yourself. Life advice for us all. Little chess tips that can be brought into the real world. But this looks horrible, doesn't it? Horrible position for White here at the moment. White's just too slow. It's a race, and Black is ahead. Yeah. So,
yeah, and it all turned on White's just inaccurate knight e2, allowing Black to come into c4 and forcing White on the defensive. Yes. Ooh.
Yeah.
And there we can see the two arbiters, two very distinguished arbiters, Laurent Freyd and I think Lucia from Uruguay.
I think I know what White's plan is now, Ivanka. after knight a1, let's say b4, I think white's going to go knight b1, and if b3, bishop e1, and white has got the ideal setup here, ready for the next game. The pieces are set up in a start position, and you don't need to stretch your arm to put them into their right places. But this is horrible. You put the knight on a1, the queen is here. You know, you've got to just go all in with g4, g5, but surely black will be able to get something going here. I mean, I like b4. Why not b4? Would you play b4 here? Just b4, b5, open it up. Looks normal, doesn't it?
I like b4, b3. I also like a3 as well. I mean,
a3 as well.
looks...
Yeah, looks nice. Because if you played a3, I guess Ivanka, white really has to play b3, and look at these two knights. They're really, I mean, that's a joy to behold. But that knight will never come out, and that knight's kind of having a bit of fun over there. That's the party knight, isn't it?
Well,
okay.
It is because you're having the fun in this position. So let's move on to another one of our experienced grandmasters, legend in his own right, Carlos Matamoros, who, well, he's been playing Birkic, and they are fighting to progress into round 2, where they will be meeting David Howell, our very own commentator and grandmaster friend.
I'm very happy that these two players are tiring themselves out so much, Ivanka, because, you know, I do want David to have a great tournament, and they're going to be shattered in the next game. But we can see them on the camera there. We can see the arbiter, luckily, is still awake there, keeping close eye. They've got 3 arbiters. That's a lot of arbiters, right? Nice work there. And who is better here, and why, Ivanka? They're both now to 2 minutes. Both sides have their own trumps, right? Both sides have their own advantages in this position. White's advantages, he's got this lovely diagonal, and the bishop is a really powerful piece, and black can't do anything about this bishop. And look at this. I love the way Carlos is playing. He's trying to break through the protection of g7, force that knight out the way, crack down there. But black's advantages is the pawn structure. You have this weakness on a2, weakness on c4, which black can target. So I think I'd prefer to be white though, right? Because white has the better tactical opportunities here. I mean, well, Ivanka, would you rather you pick the white side or the black side?
Well, the onus is on white to do something, right? Because I'm concerned for Carlos's weak a2 pawn and c4 pawn, and also you've got to fight that instinct to do something. And we do see Matamoros play f4, which is promptly replied by f6.
Yes, f6 and now e4. Very direct play, but he's dropped a bit of time on the clock now. He's a minute down on the clock, and little things like this in blitz chess, it's 3 minutes plus 2 seconds of move. You don't want to get too short, because you will blunder. Even the best players after a hard day of chess will make mistakes. Saying that, I like what he's doing. He's just going forwards and forwards, and he's got all of these pawn breaks he can consider. Who looks the more nervous? I mean, they both must be so nervous at the moment. Black starts a counter-attack in his position against the pawn. Got to stay focused in these situations.
And, well, that's a big counter-attack as well, because you do not want to be dropping the c4 pawn. So is Matamoros going to defend it? And yes, he plays rook b4. But then white's pieces, the pawns look certainly very impressive, but the pieces, they're kind of contorting in a very special way. Bishop on a1 doesn't have a role. Bishop on g2 is just a defender of the king. And knight a6 played. Is Birkic going to force a draw by just attacking the rook?
What he might do, and I think this is starting to turn a little bit in black's favour, because you don't want to lose a pawn. And I was just reading a question in the chat there, and it was, is it illegal to touch other players? And then I read pieces at the end, and I was like, yes, you can't touch your opponent, that's not right, but you're not really allowed to adjust their pieces either. unless they make a glaring mistake. Back to the game.
Yeah.
Black
Back
playing
to
for
the
the
game,
win.
20
it looks like.
seconds. Yeah, I mean, he has all right to, right? The knight from a6 is coming to b4. Also, take a look at the clock time. We see Carlos Matamoros with just 16 seconds on the clock. Ooh, what happened there?
Well,
He's just dropped a piece.
White has gone for a tactic. White has sacrificed exchange to try and go for bishop d5, but I just don't think this will work. And after this move e5, black guards the threat of the bishop coming in. White is going all in now. This is an all-in attack. He's relying on the fact that he can have a go attacking black's king, but if black keeps this cool, I think black should be able to defend this. But it's different. It's blitz chess, and whoever has the initiative has often the advantage. So even though black should be winning here, it's not that easy when you're facing the all-in attack. And white certainly has chances in this position. And look at this. The knight goes passive. The pawns come forwards. I might even take white in a scenario like this because I love attacking. They're moving so quickly though. We're trying to keep up with the moves as they come in. So we can do it. You can see them banging out the moves. This is a very strong threat, but the queens have come off. I missed this move. This is a great defensive move. Jovanka's saying when you are getting attacked, swap the queens off. The knight comes into d5, but without the queens, I don't think an attack should be successful. Queen d4, great move. I missed that one. Well done if you spotted it in the chat.
Yeah, and I have to say, Berkic is playing very accurately now. You know, he doesn't capture the knight. He doesn't improve the white's bishops. Instead, he just captures the pawn on a2. And, well, Matamoros, he is struggling now. He has to generate an attack. But guess what? Both players now under 15 seconds. It's going to be a race. It's just going to be about who can hold the nerve in a better way. And remember, white still has some ideas of pushing the f-pawn. And there you see it's on the board.
It is on the board. And this is still anyone's game because, look, they're both so short a time. And they're banging out the moves here. The tension is so high. Even our board can't keep up with the moves. But it does look just on the board that Carlos is making some progress. Okay, let's try to catch up. We had many exchanges. I think we're trying to sort of stick with what's happening. And okay, well, pieces have come off. Black has 2 extra pawns. Some chances of a draw, though, because the rook is good, yeah?
Yeah, the rook is good. And the bishop and the rook are coordinating very well together. And again, remember, when you're playing with such little time on the clock, it's just about holding your nerve, and it's just about being able to make good moves. And you can just see there the evaluation bar has moved to the middle, but the evaluation bar might be in the past. And okay, a pawn has fallen off.
Well, this should be a draw now because black only has 1 extra pawn. Black is obviously pushing for the win, but the point is white can always give his bishop up for the pawn. So you imagine removing these 2 from the board. Rook and knight versus rook is quite a simple draw for the rook, even though black is a pawn up. But you have to get in a situation where you can give your bishop up for the pawn. That's not always easy to achieve, but I think a draw the most likely result here at the moment.
And there we see the live board catching up with the players. There we see Carlos Matamoros going for your plan, Simon, of just sacrificing the bishop for that pawn. And a rook and knight against a rook is a very simple draw.
He's got his bishop into a very good position. He's kind of controlling that knight as well. Because if that knight comes in, you might be able to transpose into a draw rook and pawn ending. I'm not sure the white king should be going too far up the board though, Jovanka here. And we have some exchanges on the board. What's happened? Hopefully we'll get an update very soon. It looks like they have agreed a draw there. Wow. And
big
Carlos,
sigh of relief.
Oof, Carlos has got to be so happy to get that draw, Jovanka, hasn't he? Because he really should have lost that game.
What a save.
What a save.
What
yeah.
a save from Matamoros. And for Berkic, that could have been a very important missed opportunity. Whew. And whilst we are looking at this game, do we have any results for the other matchups?
Yeah, we can just see the end of this game very quickly. We'll see how it was a draw. Rook G4. Well, hang on a minute. What happened there? So Rook G4, the computer says, is losing. Let's have a look. Rook takes, Bishop takes. And now the computer thinks this is winning for black.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, it is. Is this winning? In the end, it went king here. Bishop takes h3. But right at the end, with enough time, h2 was playable. Let's just have a look. White has to go here. Now king g3 was playable, and this could well be a win, because your knight is coming to g2. Let's just have a think. If the bishop stays on these squares, your knight gets around to g2, and you queen the pawn. And the other way you can play it, Ivanka, is if the bishop comes to h1 in this position, well, your knight still, I think, comes to g2, and you just move your king to g1.
Yeah.
Does that work?
That does work completely. So, wow.
And you win like this. Unbelievable.
Just a critical last mistake there from Berkic.
Yeah.
Just instinctively picking up that king, and that spoiled the victory for him.
Oof.
What a game. What
amazing,
a save.
Ivanka.
What a game.
One move from the end, Ivanka. Just one move instead. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? How there are such fine lines in these matches. And in this position, h2 would have won, but king g3 only drew. I mean, I hope he doesn't find out about that, because that could destroy him, right?
Yeah, well, he has to reset. He has to regather his thoughts. He has to do anything possible in that short break that he has. And talking about break, we are going to catch up with more of the action right after this short break. I'll see you in a few minutes.
So now Magnus and myself are going to be taking on the Air Things Challenge. We're going to play chess, but with a twist. All of the pieces are Air Things devices. We might be able to rely on pattern recognition in the first few moves, but we will definitely lose our way somewhere along the lines. We also have a big crowd here, so I'm feeling the pressure. Let's go. Okay, I'll start my... Okay. Oh no, he's too calm, I don't like it. Oh dear. Did not expect that one.
It's not a very good move.
Ah. It's the mind games, he's teasing me already.
Does this actually work?
You tell me. I'm guessing.
I know you're guessing, just sometimes your guesses are right. That's the problem.
I've studied this before, Magnus.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't back down in this game. So.
That's brave. Okay, that was a check. So I'm hiding in the corner. He's coming. Another check. Oh my god, I need like 2 hours for this position.
Oh, I just saw a nice way to lose the game. Okay.
He spotted my trap.
One thing is like to play chess this way, but to watch this must be...
We're so sorry. Ah. Oh my god. Oh. What is my... Oh, I'm losing. Damn it.
Ooh. No, that's fine.
This is a new queen.
If you say so.
Too slow. Okay. Well played, man.
Thank you. I think what helped, some pieces were exchanged early. The position was very open. I think that helped a lot. Like if we'd played a closer game, it would have been a lot harder.
Hello, welcome back, and we're going to dive right back into the action in Baku for the second game in the Blitz tiebreaks. And there we can see the game between Brkic against Matamoros. Now, as we saw, it was a draw, very hectic, frantic-paced draw there at the end. And also we can see on the right side in the corner there are the results of the other games that continued. So we have a draw between Aydin Suleimaniu against Zhu Jinjin, and then we also had Kozul losing the game against Sanol, and Santiago Avila losing against Ilya Smirin. But for the time being, let's jump in to the action that is Brkic against Matamoros.
I have no idea how Kozul lost that last game. I mean, we were talking about that. It looked like, literally he was completely winning. That must be very depressing. But yeah, this has been a match we've been following very, very closely. And let's keep an eye on this at the start. So it's all square. Both these players are toe in toe with each other. And we'll just have a look at the current positions in the games now, as it's really tense. And this position seems fairly balanced to me. I would say, Jovanka. Both sides have got castle, both sides have got their pieces out. A normal looking game for a change, right? Which means we can take a bit of a breath, which is nice. So
it is a normal looking game for the time being, but there are some factors that both sides do have to resolve. First of all, White has to think about the knight sitting there on c3. It's in front of its pawns. The knight should not be in front of their pawns. They should be behind them, supporting. And also, Black will have to look at how to deal with this knight sitting on e5. It's very, very nice on that square. So this is going to be a very tense, very dynamic game. Perhaps we could jump into another game.
Yeah, let's have a look at another game then. So I will bring up the Kozul game. So let's dive straight there and see what's happening there. Kozul needs to win this position with the white pieces.
He needs to win the position with the white pieces, and it certainly looks like he has gone on the offensive, pushing those pawns g4, h4. Now, one of the bad things about pushing pawns is that you do leave behind weak squares. And I can see that the computer is not a fan of Kozul's last move, playing rook to g1. Why is that? Is that because there are some like nasty h5 ideas? There's some kind of ideas of going g5? It does feel like White is overextending on that side of the board, and Black's pieces, they're very nicely placed. The bishop is on d6 on a great diagonal, and just like that, we see that Sanal did allow g4, g5, but in the end, it is only Black that benefits from the opening of that line. The rook now primed to come into h2.
Yeah, the Black rook ready to dive in, and this, to be honest, it's going to be so hard for Kozul to come back, because when you lose a game like that in the last round, it's going to be playing on your mind, and to totally forget about it and bounce back it's just going to be really rough. So big Sanel, the black pieces, massive favourite, maybe on the board as well. Whose king is going to be safer here? We have a couple more moves. So we have f4 being played, and the computer doesn't like that as well, because it seems to be opening up the king more and more. But okay, after pawn takes, it changes a little bit. I mean, I suppose the one good thing about this position is it's very, very messy, and White needs to win, right? So White has created a messy scenario. I mean, if White can get the king all the way over to a1, Jovanka, get it out of the way, White should be pretty happy, right? So then it could be anyone's game, but that's a long way to go. It's a long way from getting safe.
Well, he needs to take inspiration from the fact that he himself had a fantastic position in the first game of the Blitz, and Sanal turned that one around. So if Sanal can turn a terrible position around, so can Kozul. But it's not looking great, I have to say. The king on e1 is exposed. But we are looking at white perhaps going queen d2, castle queen, and see what happens. And that's why Sanal has played b5, discouraging white from ever putting their king on that side of the board. Bishop d3.
Bishop d3, hinting at ideas of capturing that knight, but Black's most natural move here might even be to move that knight forwards. Instead, the knight does go a little bit passive. It goes backwards, and the computer also doesn't like that move. And now e4, another mistake according to the computer, but this is the kind of move which seems very, very natural. And I kind of feel like the last couple of moves have gone in white's favour here. b4, blunder after blunder according to the computer, but again, let's not pay too much attention to that. White can even open up the centre, or maybe even just keep this knight with potential to jump in. I don't know which one's better here, Jovanka. Very messy position, and we'll try to go through the move so you don't miss too much. The knight did go to the side, queen e2.
Yeah, but it's a wild position, Simon.
It is.
You know, Black's king is not safe, although it does have a few pieces protecting it. White's king is just out there, but he's got his king castled, which was one of our criteria for a happy position for white. And the king is now going to run away to b1 or to a1, and then questions will be asked of the black king. Well, Kozel could turn this around, and let's not bear in mind that this is such a high stakes game. If Sanal draws, that's it, he progresses to the next round. For Kozel, it's all about a win.
Yeah, that's right, it's all about the win, and the moves are coming in quite quick. I mean, obviously our transmission has to catch up a little bit, so I apologise for that. I'm trying to go through any important moves that we might miss. I can understand what Black's trying to do here. Black probably realises that it's time to eliminate the queens, only needing the draw. You see that they had a little dance there. White says, I want to keep the queen on. Black saying, I want to keep the queen on. And at some point, White will probably have to exchange queens, especially now as bishop f4 is a big check, including stuff like rook here. So I think queen takes queen is forced, and after this move, still plenty of play in that position. Lots of pieces, very active squares. Any result could happen there. Okay, we do have the exchange of queens, and White now throwing the pawn into g6 to complicate it even more. Whose king is weaker here? I mean, as you say, it could be the black king, because with a rook coming to e1, it doesn't have a great square to move to, and even with the rook trying to get all the way down to h8 at the right moment, I'm starting to feel White is doing pretty well here, turning the whole game around.
Yeah, I'm not really liking what Sanal has played. He played f6, allowing White to keep the pawn on g6. And as you mentioned, Simon, the black king is in potential trouble. And where's the king going to go to? If it goes to f8, then your rook h8 is very, very dangerous. So that's why Sanal moves his king to the middle of the board, and Kozel dives in with the knight. I'm not sure I trust the well, it's not that I don't trust the evaluation of the computer engine. I just think it's being a bit harsh on the players, because these are very natural moves. And bearing in mind that they only have less than a minute on the clock, and suddenly I just see the transmission, the knight has found its way onto e6.
I agree with you. Let's not be too harsh on the moves. When they're playing blitz chess, it's in a complex situation with so much pressure on the line. We can't judge it too much, but I think this is just anyone's game. White has to win, and I kind of like the tactics that White's using. White's trying everything he can to cause confusion, and if he can, okay, what happened there? We see more tactics. The knight came into e5, a check is given, and the white king decides to stay in the middle. And the point being, if a rook exchange happens, the knight pops back. If you take the knight, I just grab your rook on h2. But saying that, the rook comes into h2, and now after knight takes d7, rook takes b2. Whose king is weaker here? It's I don't know. I really don't know.
It's wild, isn't it? You can just imagine the rook on c8 swinging over to h8 and that there will be some checkmating ideas, or maybe the rook can come to c2 immediately, line up on the second rank. But then again, the white's knights are just dancing perilously close to the g7 pawn, and well, we see catching up on the game position that some more moves have been played, rooks have left the board, and the evaluation bar saying that actually now it is black's time to shine.
And
guess,
plenty
the
of
knight
crazy
will come.
stuff going on. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
the knight's going to drop back and pick off the g6 pawn.
yeah, I mean, you could move the knight back. I mean, it does seem like black's managed to stabilise things. Also, just with the central control here, and the king does come into the middle of the board, and now black's piece is dominating, right? Rook to c2 coming in, maybe even rook to c3. What do you do with the knight here? Actually, does the knight have any good squares? If you go check, I'm coming even further. King to e4. I don't know what... Okay, the knight does go check, but look at this. The black king is causing havoc. And now knight takes d4 check is a big move. And look, we see on the camera, I think it's over. I think this could be over. Rook c2, and you can see Kozul is rather distraught there with the white pieces. I think he has resigned here, and you got to feel for him. He is a legend of chess, and he played such exciting chess. He kept playing tactical ideas. He kept fighting against a younger opponent, and in the end, he just made more mistakes. But his play was so exciting. He's such a great player to watch, with his, you know, always aggressive forward kind of style. But well done to Sanel, who goes through to the next round. And that's one down. What else do we have left here? So let's see if we have Carlos still playing. Yeah.
Yeah, we have Carlos, and I can see in the camera that it is the game between Zhu Yinglim and Suleimani that we are watching. Maybe we can have that, because there's not been a decisive game in this match at all. And will that pattern be broken?
It should be mentioned there. Okay, that's oh dear. Have to tell me the names if you can of who's still playing there.
So
hard to find
Zhu,
it.
XXU,
Yeah.
and then Ying.
Okay, there we go. And just to let you know, Carlos, I think, lost that one. I think Carlos lost his last game, but we get confirmation. And what happened here? Did someone lose on time here? Surely not. Black couldn't have lost on time. You get 2 seconds extra per move. That would be
They only
amazing.
got
if you
3
lost on time.
seconds. 3 seconds extra per
3
move.
seconds, my mistake.
And
yeah.
maybe it seems like there's been some... It looks like, just reading from the body language, that Zhu Yinglam is not happy. And there we see the arbiters congregating, discussing something. So not sure on what happened just yet, but the fact that the arbiters are resetting the clocks, maybe it's just another draw. If looking at the position that we have on the live board, it looks like that one might go to the Blitz tiebreak 4. If you take a look, this one looks as even as you can get. The evaluation bar right in the middle.
We're going to get confirmation of results very soon. Obviously, the move's coming very fast for us to cover like 5 or 6 games with the delay at the same time. And you could see even the arbiters there weren't sure exactly what was happening. You often get some disputes as well with these things happening. And
yes, Simon, just I have some confirmation that this game is now going on to the infinite blitz, as we like to call it, tiebreak 4, where the players will be playing until we get a decisive result.
Are you saying I've got to sit here for the rest of my life commentating on blitz? God, can I get some food, please, at some point? I can't. I need to eat, Ivanka. Infinite blitz. Sounds
on that
terrifying.
subject, Simon, I think it's the perfect chance for us to take a few minutes break as we await some of that infinite blitz tiebreak. What will happen? Well, we'll find out. And we are back, just as that handshake appeared there between Zhu Yinglam and Suleimani, and they are playing Infinite Blitz. Time control is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, and this game and the games will continue until we have a decisive result. And there we see White playing very quickly in the opening. It looks like one of these towerish positions, and now the queen coming to a4 to give a check.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that they've drawn every single game that they've played so far. So it could be many more games played, and it's 3 minutes plus 2 seconds moved. But you know, the pressure is rising all the time, and look at the amount of people around them. Someone's even got their phone out taking photos of the game. I'm not sure. Are you supposed to have your phone in the playing hall taking photos? Who knows? But one mistake will cost the match and send you home. White's a little bit better in this position because the isolated pawn, well, it's a weakness. It can be a problem for black later on. Saying that, black has quite decent activity, and black is now trying to get a bit of counterplay on the queen side. You don't want to allow any tactics this way. If white can get castled, I quite like playing against this pawn, Ivanka. What about you? I mean, do you like having... You love it.
I love playing against the isolated pawn. I mean, I'm quite nervous at times because there's a lot of dynamic possibilities, but I have a firm belief in the long-term power of hunting down the d5 pawn, and there we see white give a check. The knight does block the check. I'm expecting white king to castle. And Simon, just to kind of like loop it all back, these two have been playing for 5.5 hours. It's been intense. There's been a lot of pressure. Yes, there's been all draw so far, but every single game has some emotional impact. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them cracks in this game, because everything is building up to so much pressure. And there we see, well, we see the king's castled, and now the bishop.
Yeah.
No bishop move.
Both kings castled. I mean, let's keep an eye on the players. They both look still very focused. We saw actually them, you know, leaning back, looking at the sky when they had the break. You've got to just try to refocus yourself as much as you can. There's not even time to get a drink, get a bite to eat. And I think today they've played something like 6 or 7 games already, right? I mean, this could be game 7. It's easy to lose track. So they've played a lot of chess, and they've drawn, like I mentioned, every game. So they're not taking many risks, but at some point one of the players will have to crack. And you know, this position, I still like white. Not much has changed. This is the pawn that white will try to play against in the long run. On the other hand, black playing sensible moves. Rook on the open file. You try to get your rook probably behind that pawn, and white will maybe try to use the square in front of the isolated pawn, so you could eventually get a knight there. I might even try to get my queen out of the way and centralise my rook, something like that. These are all very normal plans for both sides. Clock gonna be very important as well.
The clock is definitely going to be very important, and when we take a look, white just has over a minute, and just bear in mind that the increment that they're getting, it started off as 10, but now it's only 2 seconds, so they have to adjust to this new time control. I'm expecting the queen to lift up, as you say. I quite like your queen a4, just to move that rook to d1. And one thing that white absolutely has to do is they have to keep control over the d4 square, because if they don't, if they make a move like queen e2, then black is going to be playing d4.
Let's see what he played. I mean, he spent so long on that move. I think he spent far too long. He spent a minute and a half, I think, on that, or at least a minute, at least 30% of his time on one move, and that is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. And he did play queen e2.
He did. And I was wondering about d4, but now I realise it's not possible because the bishop takes knight.
Even that's quite complicated with pawn takes knight, but what's he going to do? He just plays a very quick move, preparing this move d4. Also makes sense, Ivanka, doesn't it, to get ready to push the pawn there on the next move.
And we can see this comment from Chess Accountant: make a move please, it's making me nervous, and nerves are the name of the game right now. And how many seconds? Just under 30 seconds for white, and over a minute for black.
White's moving too slow at the moment though, Ivanka. White's pace has not caught up with the change in time control, and again 12 seconds, you can see on the clock he's not moving quick enough. He's played a3, ideas of kicking the queen away with b4, but you know, at this part of the match you just got to change your tempo. I still like white's position, I feel, but he hasn't changed the tempo play.
Yeah, well, he has some questions to answer, because a6 is coming and it is on the board, and now what is he going to do with the bishop? Is he going to... he has to capture the knight, and that's already a good thing for black. And black capturing that bishop with the pawn, as we can see on the camera.
Yeah, we can just about see the moves. Obviously they are on a bit of a delay. The white knight coming in, but white's got a nice position. It's 2 bishops, but 2 bishops are not always good. This change of structure, the white knight beautiful here, and the other white knight is going to be beautiful there. Big weakness on a6, b4 at the right moment could be coming. I'm still very much on the position side, on white side here.
And well, did you see that?
He's
White
speeding
now
up.
speeding up significantly as he trades off queens, like that was already planned for. And the big question for black, which way are you going to capture the queen? And he takes with the a pawn, captures towards the center. This is traditionally good strategy, but you're right, Simon, the bishop pair, we kind of go on about it quite a bit. It's not that great. Okay, so his plan is just to put the bishop on e8 and then move a rook to b8 and perhaps provoke the b4 idea.
Yeah.
Maybe b4 now.
Yeah, I guess with b4 you do weaken his pawn, maybe now, but if we just have a look at the weakness in the position, as you say, c6 is weak. We're attacking that one, and the knights are good, and white's getting all of his pieces now going for c6, so white's still in charge here. They're both under 10 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, and 4 seconds, 3 seconds, ooh, 5 seconds now for black.
There you go, a pawn drops, but does this work? Because b2 could be a problem, and this is a great move. Rook c4, breaking the blockade between the pieces, and now black can win the pawn back. So this actually, with the rook coming back to c4, well, I'm not sure white's better at all here.
Well, I don't know, the king has positioned itself nicely, and 7 seconds there for Zhu Ling with the white pieces. Attacking the a3 pawn, and whoa, counter-attacking. You know what, Simon?
It's going to be a draw.
I suspect that this is going to be a draw.
It's going to be the infinity chess match that we all dream of, and I reckon we're going to get at least 50 games out of these two players before one of them breaks. They're just too close to each other.
Well, hang on a second. There's some danger in the air. You know, he's down to 4 seconds and he has to take a decision. Oh, he gives a check. Oh, he decides to defend the h-pawn, and now it's going to be a race between the pawns. Okay, king takes.
Just a draw.
And there you go. It is a draw. Whew.
Yeah, the first of many,
Simon.
Ivanka, the first of many. And they draw, and these guys just love drawing so much. I mean, look at the joy in their faces. They're like, yeah, we love sitting here under this immense pressure with a big crowd. Let's have another 10 more, shall we? But they're so close.
Simon,
they're so close.
They're so close. I mean, they play very positional chess. I mean, still very cagey. I mean, we saw a lot of potential, a lot of action happening in that game. But the question I wanted to ask you, Simon, is at what stage do you think the arbiters will kind of intervene and say, this is enough? You play too much chess.
I think when they want
Do you
dinner,
think that-
basically, when the arbiters get so hungry they want dinner, they'll be like, look guys, we're going to flip a coin. You know, whoever gets heads goes through. The other one, pack your bags, you're off, you're out of here. No, of course they have to play on as much as they can. There seems to be a lot of people. I mean, I'd probably give them a bit more space in this, because you kind of add the pressure with such a big crowd around it. I mean, just little points, but having the white pieces,
right,
it is an advantage, and the pieces now swapped over.
But it does, you know, bear in mind, they've now been playing for coming up to 6 hours of just high pressure, tense, just all the adjectives you can think of. I mean, their nerves must be all over the place, and they must be shattered. I mean, at some stage, they probably should be given like 10 minutes or 15 minutes just to have a nap, have a chance to reset. You can't keep expecting players to keep on going, right? Again, there we see Suleimani leave the board. Will this drawing pattern that the two players have, this is now game 10. They've had 9 draws. Will it be broken?
Yeah. I do wonder about all these people around it, though, Ivanka. Obviously, you need the arbiter or a couple of arbiters, but you know, the added pressure of having, you know, just a crowd makes it a bit more uncomfortable. I suppose it's part of the process. I think they're supposed to be getting like 5-10 minutes between each game, which makes some sense to freshen up. But also, if both players agree that they just want to play on, they can. I feel a bit sorry here for Zhu, because he seems in my eyes to be, he wants to get on with it and his opponent wants to have the break, and I think it's a really clever decision to get up from the board and have a walk, try to compose yourself. I think staying there and waiting, I don't know, there's little psychological things going on here, right? I mean, I think getting up, having a little break would make a lot of sense, trying to refocus, but whatever works is important, and we will get another game very soon. Would you be having a little break now, Ivanka, or do you think just continue?
Yeah, definitely. No, I definitely would be having a break, because we just saw the end of that time scramble where the players didn't have so much time. They're playing as quickly as they can. The adrenaline is just pumping. You need to have that small break in order just to reset and just get yourself ready for the job that needs to be done. And in this case of Zhu Yinglin, it's just about playing good, defensive, solid chess with the black pieces.
I mean, you could think of different strategies you could use, and you can see Zhu kind of wants to get on with it. I think maybe what I'd do, I'd wait for my opponent to sit down, then I'd stand up and start doing like star jumps or something, get the circulation going. Try to put them off. No, you can't do that.
Well, there you go.
And he's back, and we're ready.
Suleimanli is back, Grandmaster from Azerbaijan, and there we see shake hands, and they are off, and we are looking at a Moscow variation.
Yeah, the Moscow on the board, and this has quite a drawish reputation, Ivanka. But, I mean, we will see. White gaining the centre of the board, but black is very solid here as well. And
big threat on the board of white pushing e4, e5, trapping the bishop on f6. So black can't get careless and just make a move like castles. That would be not a good idea.
Yeah. You just have to imagine at some point someone will have to make a mistake, and black with the last move trying to take control of that central square. White has the nice centre, but white's pieces are not at the moment partaking, and it seems to be what both players are really trying to do at the moment is just not make a mistake, and I can totally understand that. You know, if you blunder now and you're out by blundering, it's going to be a horrible feeling. So if you don't make a mistake, you should be okay, as long as your endurance holds up. Slightly prefer white's position here, Ivanka. Feels white with the centre is a little bit more comfortable.
It is more comfortable. Let's not shy away from that. But on the other hand, black's position has a lot of flexibility. You can go d5 with your pawn, you can go e5 as well. And okay, big threat on the board, as you've indicated, bishop takes pawn, so that's the first thing to deal with. And it's not an easy threat, actually, because does black want to be retreating the bishop? And no, what we see instead is that Zhu Yinglin is actually exchanging in the center first. This indicates to me that he's perhaps going to go for a d5 pawn push.
Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, well, white is mixing it up. White is taking on d6 first of all, and this could get very complicated if black now takes on c3 with the idea of c2, because both bishops, and he takes on c3, e5 immediately, tactics everywhere. The rook lined up against the queen, the bishop blocked out. The evaluation bar is still staying in the middle, but chaos on the board here.
It is chaos on the board, and I'm trying to look at the clock times, because Suleimanli has just under 3 minutes on the clock. So this indicates to me this is preparation. He's looked at this position before.
And still quite a solid position for black. Black is playing well. I'd imagine the rook will come in, then you step out of the pin that you're in, and you maybe try to move your knight somewhere a bit more active. Black is actually very solid. I mean, my first thoughts were black's in a lot of trouble, but there's no real weaknesses. And this is a risky move, because you change the pawn structure. Is this pawn going to be very strong, or could it be a weakness later on? and they still have a balanced position.
Completely in the balance, as Simon. And there is one thing though, the pawn on d6, as you've highlighted, and I am slightly worried about that pawn on d6. Like, if somehow or other black manages to get a knight onto d5, then that pawn doesn't have a long life, but not so much time, and so that's why Suleimanli centralizes the knight, and the queen does come out to a5.
Nice quick move from white there.
a3.
It does seem like white has the better pace of moves, moving a bit quicker, and I think if this match goes on longer, then this at some point might make a big difference. a3 clever, because you're trying to go b4 and just squeeze that queen a little bit. Maybe you can squeeze the knight as well.
I also really like that move because it stops the knight getting to b4, and a knight getting to b4 would then transfer itself to d5.
Yeah.
And centralized knights, they're always good.
It is kind of ideal.
Now, wow, Zhu Yinglam is now ticking to close to 30 seconds on the clock, and he offers a trade of knights. That's a nice move. That is a nice move because it opens up the line for the rook.
Good move, but he spent a lot of time finding it. Still fairly even. The one big difference is this pawn. I think I would rather be white here. It seems like this pawn has more potential, and this move, brave move, white keeping pieces on the board. Black now has to speed up, keep an eye on the clock. Still equal, of course. How many more draws can we get out of these players? I reckon we can get at least another 5 before one of them passes out at the board. What do you reckon?
We will find out. I mean, I think I saw a question going around Twitter where they were saying, how many games do you predict with this infinite blitz? And they were saying, in total, 12 games, they thought. So, well, we're now on game 10, so we'll find out.
Could well be. And, okay, well, this move is the first time the evaluation bar has slightly changed. And I think it's because now the black queen doesn't really have a great square. And the fact that black's had to go all the way back, and that black queen is now getting a little bit... It doesn't have much oxygen. It doesn't have many squares that it can go to. And that means it discombobulates, gets in the way of the black rooks. White's knight's sitting pretty.
You know, Simon,
white is better.
Simon, the clock.
The clock.
Take a look at Zhu Yinglam's clock time. He's now under 10 seconds.
Just like before.
And yeah, he is like before, but he's now breaking out. This is a risky strategy. Pawn takes pawn, and suddenly the rook on a1, which didn't have a role, is now bearing down on this pawn on a6.
Yeah, I do like b6 though. Black had to play something active. The queen comes back, and now b5. Black still not breaking out here. What's white
H3,
going through?
good
H3.
safety first move.
The black
and now
queen
the queen
flies.
coming out to h4. I'm kind of predicting that white will now just move the rook across to c1.
I like that move, Ivanka. Just try to take over the open file.
Mm.
He's gone queen e3 first. I mean, one natural idea is just try to get the rook to c7, right? Why not?
It's happening right now. This could be it, Simon.
It could be it. White's got a great position
And
at
now
the moment.
both players around the 10-second mark.
Forcing that knight to go backwards. But maybe weakening the position a little bit at the same time. They're playing so quickly now. 7, 6, and Suleimanli has to make a decision, and he makes that with 2 seconds to spare. Take a look at his clock. It is hovering around 4 seconds, and the players are now speeding up. They are, and it's going to be all about that D pawn, Simon. You called it. But things are getting chopped here, and look, black has a bit of an attack here, bit of initiative, and I don't know if that is strong or weak. They're playing very, very quickly. Can they find a draw from the midst 3,
of
2.
this? Ooh.
Plenty of time
He's
with
gotta
2
make a
seconds of
move.
move coming on. I kind of think black has an alright position now, because that pawn is well and truly blocked. And the white king could become quite weak. It has less pawn protection in this position. And look at that for a move. Knight g4 trying to come in, but knight c5. Was that a blunder? I think black missed this move. And
3,
now black
2,
has no time
1.
at all. He's got to play something. 2 seconds left.
He does. He grabs the a pawn. And now the d6 pawn falls. But, well, white has an amazing protected pass pawn on a5. And that is going to decide the game.
Yeah, the a pawn is just too strong here.
2. And he resigns. And Simon, it took until game 10, but we do have a decisive result. Aydin Süleymanli, he qualifies to the next round. What an epic match between these two.
Yeah, just look at the mental tension they can just relieve there. I mean, again, you got to feel for the loser. It did seem that the more relaxed of the two players, the player who took that break, was more focused. But they both played great chess, and it just came down to the time scramble, under 10 seconds, and there was just a little small bit of percentage between the two players. And well, they should both, I don't know, go and do whatever they can to relax at this moment in time. And look at that, he's shaking his head. Obviously, Zhu is going to be, you know, upset and distraught about that, and it's going to take a while to recover from a loss along those lines. But this is what happens in the World Cup. Yeah, we're only on round 1. Let's just bear that in mind. This is the first round, and I think if I was commentating on this every day of the month, I would need rehab or something, because that was insane. And we got the whole month for this. The top players haven't even started to play, Ivanka.
No,
they're not even in it.
They haven't. I know it's been an epic day of tiebreaks. So much action, so many thrills and spills. But Simon, you said we are in store for 1 month of chess, so let's have a look at the schedule. Because tomorrow, round 2 kicks off, and this is when the stars enter the fray. Magnus Carlsen, Zhu Wenjun, Alexander Kosteniuk, Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura. They are all going to be making their debuts. So who are you most looking forward to watching?
I don't know anymore. I've got a day off tomorrow. That's all I care about. No, I'm most forward to watching. No, of course I'm excited. I mean, you know, in the men's section you've got Magnus, you know, maybe the greatest player of all time. Hikaru, these two guys, you can't not be excited about them. In the ladies section, I'm very much looking forward to Bibi Sara, funnily enough, and of course the world champions Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk. These players you mentioned, there's so many great players. There's going to be lots of fascinating games as well. So bring on the next round, and I'll watch from afar, maybe you know, in the background tomorrow.
And Simon, thank you so much. I will also be watching from afar as the fabulous duo of Tanya Sachdev and Peter Lecker will be taking over and guiding you through all the action of round 2. As we mentioned, the stars, they are now entering the fray. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, all the prodigies you can think of, they will be making their debuts tomorrow. Thank you everyone for watching this absolutely awesome day of tiebreaks. It's been full of action, it's been full of adventure, full of thrills and spills. Thank you everyone for watching, and well, you can catch all the action tomorrow at 1 p.m, same time, same place.